When we last left off, our intrepid heroes returned to Evarra. Yeah. Some people did some things. Nahia took a socially anxious goddess to meet another socially anxious goddess. Tarn
It was
realized
precious, though,
it
because they're
was.
family people, which is an easy way to win Nahia over.
Yep. Well, turns out the goddess had a mortal kiddo who was currently dealing with two little toddlers. It was very cute.
Yep.
And turns out, while you were gone, Tarn's spy stopped a potential assassination plot on the Triarchs. So good job, Thorna. Unfortunately, Tarn also brought the news that Nahia's hometown isn't really there anymore.
Mm.
Hmm.
He didn't turn your boats off. And Hashat went and found poor little Cassidy turned into a raisin by the
Yes,
succubus smith.
poor Cassidy.
Yeah, woe is him, oh no. And he was so upset to learn that you had like 9 new elf wives. How could you do him like this?
I know, right?
So
You
having
mean, how could she not do him?
So yeah, Cass was deeply, deeply hurt by this turn of events, but it all turned around when you told him that there was a maiden in need of saving up in the Enchanted Forest, who might also happen to be a armored dragon paladin. So Cass got some friends together and is sallied forth to go save the day, as Cass I going to do. Perhaps I will run that as a short shot sometime, because that sounds like a really fun adventure.
Not a very smart dragon, considering she just went right back in to the forest, even like after being told exactly why she got attacked. She didn't change anything and just went right back in.
Look, now she knows what to expect. Clearly, she'll just beat everything in there to death instead of having to worry about it. She was not expecting to have to deal with giant ogre-sized squirrels that were full of frost magic. But now she knows. Ah, yes, and indeed, Nahia dropped a big fat stack of money on some privateers to patrol the waters in search of potential hobgoblin aggression.
And as well asked Tunankia's mighty priestess if they would be willing to keep an eye out for people who might be crossing the sea with evil weapons.
Indeed.
Because the idea of people just sort of floating by with a WMD into dock is a frightening concept. Might as well stick someone who is deific in strength on that matter.
Well, let's hope this time the Residium doesn't give him indigestion.
It wasn't. It was Thingamajig, right?
Hmm?
I'm sure Residium would just give him would give him the squirts.
It was a Residium Dryad, so.
It was
No,
not
it wasn't.
Residium.
It was a Mage Bane.
Mage Bane.
Right, Mage Bane.
Yeah,
bad.
That's right,
It's
that's
still
right.
the same bright blue, but yeah.
Different type of. It'll kill you, but slower than the other blue.
Yeah.
Let's say, like, when you're as big and powerful as Tunankia, I gotta imagine that just like eating a Residium weapon is just a case of the shits as opposed to, I guess, what, slow-mo trauma.
As long as it doesn't like go off.
I mean, even if it did, if it was underwater, it wouldn't really hurt much of anything. Might create some cool great beasts down there, but, otherwise.
Gonna have to advise him on a sink but don't swallow kind of situation.
If a Residium bomb goes up in the ocean, and it's about the same strength as the fucker that was on land, that's what we call a tsunami of catastrophic proportions.
Sure, or it could be on a
Hopefully
fault
whoever is
line
making
and
these
trigger an
things,
earthquake.
if it's a real Residium bomb, won't make it that strong because holy shit, that is overkill.
Yeah.
Of tremendous
I feel like-
proportions.
Alzheimer's. I feel like the
They'll kill
Residium
like
bomb.
overkill though sometimes.
I feel like the Residium bomb is even worse than nuclear bomb because that tracks also magical monsters as well with its fallout.
Yeah. Residium bomb's bad.
Yeah,
Hi, Merz. How's
yeah,
it going?
DCL. The Residium bomb is many times more powerful than Tsar Bomba.
It's
like
a big blasty
couple of
bomb.
orders of, a couple of orders of magnitude more powerful.
Again,
I feel
it
like
depends
because-
on how much Residium you use. That one that went
Yeah.
off in Aruna was clearly way too much for any practical purpose whatsoever.
Yep.
Yes, a fucking hex was gone.
Yeah.
The Tsar Bomba in its fucking 50 megaton made a 100-meter
Look,
indentation in the ground, and that was an air detonation.
Look, I am the only one who gets to be irate about that bomb, as I was the only one who did not want to detonate it.
I'm sorry, it's too awesome for my fucking wizard idiot.
Yes, I'm sorry, like, it was Becky's
It was
son.
devastating, it was horrible, irresponsible, but it was too cool not to. Sorry.
I want you to remember that next time you're nagging me about running forward.
I mean, that's fair.
There's nothing. Yeah, that's true. Although I would say that at the same time, there's nothing new about running forward, and everything new about a new WMD.
Look, every time DCL charges forward into a certain death situation and survives, it's a new and exciting adventure that we get to
That's
talk
true.
about for months to come.
You just have to. It's like screaming parkour when you do parkour. If you charge ahead and you want us to be sure that it is because it is a brand new world, you also have to scream Sarbomba.
I mean, I feel like my entire existence is a scream when I rush forward. Like, what do you
That's true.
expect?
It does make it hard to tell.
You could have just stopped when you said a scream.
Look, I'm
It's
nothing but a
Scram.
shout to the wind.
Yeah, and then you got like me just sitting here like, I have no healing spells. I have no healing spells. Whack, whack, whack. Not going around feeding people potions. Whack, whack, whack.
Ursula the Pocket Healer.
I mean, the fucking time tempo. I did more healing
Yep.
than I did damage. Jesus Christ.
And then you think about damage
That was
prevention.
amazing.
Yeah.
Number go up. Ursula's actually just the most swole discipline priest there's ever been.
God, if I could just instant convert Ursula to like a goddamn cleric of swollenness, that would be like, yes.
Yeah, it's called God, what is it? Discipline of the Iron Church.
Yeah. Well,
I lived for gods.
I
My
mean,
Lost
body
Morgan
is
would be happy
voice.
to take you on as a cleric.
Who?
Morgan.
But she doesn't lift.
No, she herself is noodly, but that's why she needs big, strong cleric to protect Noodle.
But then she's not the god of lifting.
Well, no, but unfortunately, the god of lifting is probably Agaresh, and nobody likes him.
Lost the waste.
Yeah, it's like for us, it's more like my body is a temple and it's fortified. Bring your siege weapon and break upon my body.
No, oh no. Remember, if anyone here is fortified, it's Szooth because all those vitamins and minerals.
All the minerals.
Hey,
So full of
no,
minerals,
no,
man.
No, he's not fortified, buddy. His tail has been nutritionally improved.
Yeah.
Tail nutritionally approved, body naturally fortified. Kobold brands, tail steak.
And so
Enriched
far as
with
I remember, there's no
minerals.
aspartame in you because you're already sweet enough.
Working on the commercial
Yeah.
as we speak.
Well, speaking of tail steaks.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what we're having for lunch today.
Oh my gosh.
That's true. You bought a bunch of freshly imported kobold tail steaks. Because
I felt
certain
kind of
dragon
weird
mommy has
about
been
it.
certain dragon mommy's been strengthening economic ties with Evarra.
I feel more weird about it if it wasn't Sathia doing and Szooth's people doing it. I'd feel more weird, but
Yeah, we already know that Sathia's on the level, so hers are free range kobolds.
Even if she wasn't, this would be an objective upgrade, as it would mean we were not just being eaten outright whole.
That is also true. God, I don't know how she would resist though. She'd have to hold you by the tail and then eat the body and then place the tail down again.
No,
It's like if
It's like eating a
no,
shrimp.
yeah, you just pick the tail off. Just hold the kobold, take the tail off. Done. But
more,
kobold out.
more like in this case, it's like if instead of having to kill the cow, you just sheared its wool and that became meat or something. That's not exactly.
Yes, the majestic meat sheep.
the meat sheep.
The meat sheep. I'm pretty sure
Oh,
those
no.
are. Now all I
was-
can think of is those fucking wart pigs in.
I wonder
Oh,
because I was specifically like referencing the woolly cows, little furry ones, fuzzy ones. They're super cute
Yeah,
and stuff.
the little shampooed moose.
no, there's an actual specific woolly, fully woolly type of cow breeds that it's
yes.
very highland.
Yeah, the point is, like, when the kobold loses its tail, they don't feel any pain. So for them, it's just like, sweet, we don't have to die.
And we
So-
get paid for this shit. Like,
Yeah, so it is just a net upgrade for kobolds. So if you feel weird about it, I don't know what to tell you. It works for them.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I mean, all right.
they get to live, they get to eat well, they get paid. In return, all they have to do is eat, live well, and then lose their tail once it gets nice and plump.
It's just free real estate.
Okay, all right.
Oh god. Anyway, so when we last left off, the party had convened back at the Magister's Tower. I believe Tarn had something he wanted to do before you guys ported to Evarra or Arun City, though.
Yes, I had some letters I wanted to send back to the island. They are. I didn't get the chance to type them up in advance, so I'm quickly doing that now.
That is fine.
I wonder
don't
if we
think
could
there's
do
any.
some convenient messenger birds that'll do like a long range package as opposed to always boating it.
That would be highly convenient.
I might have to look into that, like some breedable ocean babs. Either that or like
Harpies.
harpy courier
Harpy.
service would be awesome.
Well,
It
if I
might
could
be a
get
little
her rolling
far
back,
for
she...
harpies, though. I
Map.
Hard to say. Yeah,
Just bring it to
how
the
far
island from
distance
Evarra.
is
It's not that far.
yeah, it's about. Hold on, let me measure closest point to closest. All right, it's about 45 miles, but that's doable.
Oh, that's easy.
So what you need is a totem warrior harpy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I was about to say it. Nice. One brain cell here. You need it perfectly like that. Not just, what is it? You don't need bear, but elk.
All right, so what you're saying is, Ursula, you need to go to Herona's womb, pick up a bunch of Hashat's little Mino harpies who are all like constitute as fuck, bring them back to Evarra and train them into messenger burbs. Excellent.
Apparently, wanderer birds can do 10,000 miles without ever touching down.
What the fuck?
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
you mean the little ones? They're the little...
No,
What do you mean?
albatross, wandering albatross. Apparently,
Oh,
they're quite
wandering
large.
albatross. Yeah, because it's not that they're large.
Their
they have
wingspan is
massive,
awesome.
Yes, massive wings. So they literally don't need to fucking just skim shit and just ride the currents.
Some individual wandering albatrosses are known to circumnavigate the Southern Ocean 3 times in 1 year, covering more than 120,000 kilometers.
What the
Pretty big.
fuck, nature?
Man, this isn't even the craziest shit, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it isn't. But yeah, no, I think it would be pretty reasonable to do like probably a max range of 200 miles apparently. Because like 600 is the migration distance, but like 200 is pretty reasonable for like a incentivized messenger babo.
Oh, no. Eagle, then elk. That'd be perfect.
Tarn, did you want young Ironclad or old Ironclad for names?
Young one.
The Prisia.
Thank you. Yeah, I was looking in the characters thing, and she isn't one we have visible.
Let's see. Do I have anything
Oh, yeah, right.
for her?
God, there's so many names in there though.
This is a old ass campaign. Yes. Here, I'll just set her to visible. It's actually getting down to the wire in there. There's only like 4 or 5 names in the little sidebar that haven't been shown out.
I'll be damned.
Ooh.
That's impressive.
And probably the upper limit of ones you could fit in a campaign.
I mean, we passed that a long fucking time ago.
That's true, yeah. The archive is probably pretty deep.
It's just 272 archived.
It's not bad. I feel like that's only twice as many as I have archives, and my campaigns are small.
Yeah, I did purge a bunch like 6 months ago.
Okay.
Those ones
Sorry, I got a
didn't
big
need
old case of
over
the
into
Yoni still.
their own little air vein and campaign.
Oh, look, that puppy's sleepy by the fire. God, it'd be really convenient if Nahia had sending, instead of having to buy very expensive scrolls for that.
Yeah, it would be convenient if you had like a wizard or cleric in the party.
Yeah, but I mean, she wants to do them herself, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, while Merz is working, we can just assume those letters get sent off unless you are expecting some immediate effect from them.
Probably not, no.
Would you like, I don't know, the fucking privateers I pay to drop them off for you?
If you could, that would be perfect.
I'm already giving them hundreds of gold, so I might as well.
Yeah,
Just ask if they can stop by.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Takara is on their way anyway. So yeah, no problemo. So yeah, I believe the party had settled on Saracen Tassie for your friendos this time.
Leading.
So
If there's ever a chance when no one's looking, Kalira's definitely getting some heck and tum revs because she's porgent.
So let's see here. But I was
Hey, what happened to Hashat?
what?
I made her small so I could copy her to the next map more easily.
Oh,
I don't
Oh,
like to
she
have.
hasn't shrunk, she's just become compact.
Yeah, I don't particularly like having large Hashat on like city and world maps. It's a little
that's
awkward.
Fine. That's fine. I was It was said that it would be a good idea to call ahead to this one, Briarmount in particular, before leaving. I don't have a contact name for this.
That is
I'm not sure who to.
unfortunate.
I'm not sure who to actually.
We know, like, fucking, probably just ask Tarn. He knows a couple of scholars from having sent up for investigations there, right? Probably has a name or two that they've come across, surely.
Probably. I mean, it is like my background feature.
Yeah, I think Tarn knowing who like the Archsage of Briarmount is, which is.
Cool.
Slytherin? What?
Yeah, Rhiannon Slytherin.
Well, Rihanna just slithering in.
Lude.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the old
let's see.
Archsage of Briarmount will have perished long ago.
Yes, he was just a catfolk and is died of old age.
He was already a greybeard when Cresher met him and then also gave him Residium, so at least he probably died happy and explosively.
Yeah, his cause of death will forever be a mystery that is never reported to anyone.
But it was a closed casket, and for some reason the casket was glowing.
Weird how that shit happens.
Let's see. Let's see. Just making a quick little message here for this person.
Incoming danger, retards.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't in Borks, Scow gave our party map icon the tooltip of horny danger idiots.
Sure, incredibly powerful, horny danger idiots. And thus far, they've been very successful, horny danger idiots. They only spent an entire session just in a brothel, man. I should be very proud of them. They only
It was
it only
only
took
one
them
session.
one session. Yeah, they did great.
And
I'm still
I
proud.
didn't accidentally fucking Lannister myself, so that's good.
Yeah, you did not fuck a sister, brother, or cousin.
Well, you fucked somebody's mom.
You
I
did
I
fuck.
did fuck one of our hirelings' mothers, yes. However, she was fine with it, and is
It's
probably
true.
going to fuck my
And
mom.
yeah, exactly. And the hireling has already determined that bro code dictates she can fuck your mom, who is infamously history's biggest slut.
History's biggest magical slut.
This is true.
Yeah.
Whereas it's a very bully heavy day every Sunday for poor Savin, except I apparently only bully him sexually, which is a terrible statement out loud.
Uh-huh.
Merz bullies me emotionally, and then Scout bullies me sexually. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Though I'm very proud that previous session, not this week, not this Sunday that was, but the one before, in the brothel, Bob took on 2 Dwarf elves and took them both out.
I wonder
Like, in
if
what context?
she sucked them so, or sorry, he, because Edward's playing a dude, sucked them so hard that they are ruined for other customers for the rest of time.
Damn.
And it
They
was, in
got-
fact, the incredibly rare, actually Dilf elf, as opposed to the Twinkie kind. Like they're a rare Elysian breed.
They came here like, we shall sample the simpler things of this world again. Bob happens. Wow, we have been forever ruined. Now we go back to paradise and wallow in mediocrity.
Damn.
Oh, well, yeah, they had advantage on their rolls. Both of them got 20s. Bob got 29s, and those were not crits.
Damn.
Bob is good at sucking dick.
Incredible at sucking dick.
Well, her character sheet doesn't want to transfer over, but yes, you will receive an acknowledgement from the Archsage.
Like this, but if both of them had beards. They're in VCT.
Oh, let's see. So, like, you could Geralt elves. Geralt if he had elf ears.
Yeah. Just that plus beards. Bob's character historically has suffered concussions from getting face fucked so hard.
Right now, there is none better at sucking dick than Bob, the arch-druid of the Executioner's Grove.
Yeah. You bring little deaths and big deaths. Lesser goblinoids!
What? Wow, nice. That's some racism, my love.
They're water goblins.
Look, they are the only kind of goblins even shittier than normal goblins, but still.
It's true.
They're like those, what was the name of those fucking CR 0.5 like hobo dwarfs? I remember there was like a race of absolute just hobo dwarf species. Like gnome, like a fusion of a dwarf, a gnome, and a hobo.
Are they those ones from Dragonlance? What are they fucking called? Like
Not the red cat.
no. There's a species of dwarf in Dragonlance that everyone fucking looks down on and spits on because they're
Yeah,
horrible and stupid.
Oh, you mean their version
Yeah.
of the halfling?
No?
Gully dwarves. That's what they're called.
Yes! That's the name. Golly dwarves.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of Cholts.
So for Gully Dwarf Wiki, it starts off fairly normal. Type humanoid, subtype dwarf, size small, colouring dirty.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. The only thing a gully dwarf was infamous for, I think, in story writing was
Being
they
horrible
blew
and
up a lot of
gross.
Sverfneblins.
The what?
Pyromaniac underground gnomes.
Yeah, I think the gully dwarves infamously exploded a lot of Sverfneblins. That's their only claim to fame.
It's quite a good claim to flame.
It is a claim to fame.
Flame.
It is that too, really.
Alright. So, unless anyone has any lingering business to take care of beyond this, are you ready to teleport?
Yes. I am ready now.
Alright. The maw of the world will swallow the party up once again. And this time, when you next open your eyes, you are standing in a large wood-floored chamber. There are a few glowing runes still around you. But beyond that, it seems like you are, rather than some wizard's tower or ancient fortress, for once standing in the middle of a library. Moving on over to a map. So, I did not know this until this morning, but Ajitha had defaced the fuck out of this map.
Ajitha defaced the map.
It is covered in very amusing descriptions of what is in each and every single bookshelf.
Oh no, that wasn't Aj.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Oh, that
me.
was you!
that was me.
See, I just saw all the screeching about psionics in the Unearthed Arcana section and assumed.
No. That was still me. I remember being very proud of myself, but it's been a long time.
Many moons ago.
Hey, I feel like I recognize that meow.
Probably.
There.
I really need to make a different version of this spell that's less traumatic.
A salamander
Hey.
woman with bronze skin and flowing red hair steps out of an office, clapping her scaled hands. Well, that would be appreciated. Half my apprentices have just run for the door.
That's obviously that's a teachable moment for apprentices.
I'm not sure what lesson to impart from giant penis-shaped worm regurgitating adventurers.
Really, I can think of a
What?
few.
So a giant penis-shaped worm spewed out life?
Is that what it looks like on the other side?
She nods sagely.
Guess so.
It is a large brown phallic worm, yes.
That's Hashat. Shai Halud.
Is that some kind of subconscious addition to the spell? Or is that what
I
it's
don't
always
know. It's
supposed
not.
to look
It
like?
doesn't have a flared tip, I assume.
I wasn't looking that closely, but perhaps it does. Anyway, welcome to Briarmount, Sorceress of the Earth and compatriots, including a dragon I see.
It's a
There
pleasure
she
to meet
is.
you, ma'am.
I'd say the pleasure is mine, but my apprentices and their poor little hearts. Oh well. So, what brings you to my humble establishment this day, adventurers from afar?
We are making a journey to the Holy City.
Ah,
Big
pilgrims.
old of a sort.
Oh, fair enough.
Just looks at her with a slight glazed look in her eyes.
Are you okay, little dwarf?
Very confused as just looks around. I was like expecting like ballistables or like arms, crossbow slits and everything just aimed at it, or maybe like a big cage or something ready to fall on us.
My dear, this is a library beneath a university. It's not some petty dungeon out in the wilderness.
We were told to call ahead just to make sure that we didn't surprise people.
Advisable. Although, Your unique form of teleportation certainly took care of that regardless.
Really
They'll
have to
get
find
better,
last time,
I'm sure.
Really have to find time
well,
to modify that.
last time we teleported into a, well, town, city like that, they're like, well, tried to kill us with, like, traps and mechanisms and poisons. Like,
Ah, you met the
safety.
VSs. Excellent.
Oh, yeah. Really nice. Good food. Thumbs up.
Lovely family. Did
Say,
some work for me a
Tarn,
few years ago.
Yes.
and Saris as well. I'm sure you two would like to spend some time in the library. If you want, I can go ahead and
Let's see.
make travel arrangements so that you can spend some time indulging.
Well, too many books here. I don't think they have, like, an ancient dwarven artistry here, so
Never know.
do you have anything on ancient dwarven artistry?
Ancient dwarven artistry.
Yeah, I got borrowed a few books from the library before, and I really like their design and stuff. So it just reaches into her backpack and pulls out the statue, the 27 recreated statue that she made. See,
Oh, that's remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about ancient dwarven artistry, but we do have some from the early pre-Arunan period.
when was that?
About between 300 and 1,000 years ago.
Just counts on the fingers. Okay, that's a lot newer. When did Minotha go to hell again? Hashat?
1,300 years ago?
Indeed, more or less. If you want
Okay, and
Minothan architecture and artistry, we do have a few tomes on that.
That would interest me.
oh yeah, don't get me near any of that stuff. There's an actual Minotha pill with my face on it. It just looks at the shot.
I said I was sorry.
The Archsage covers her mouth with a hand, clearly expecting that to be some sort of sex joke.
I don't suppose you have anything on the primordials.
Primordials. Well, a few bits and pieces. They're rather secretive, but if you're looking for the
Yeah.
secrets of magic and the way the world works, you have come to the right place.
Well, any information would be appreciated.
Oh, do you know any place I can just donate this to, by the way?
You
The
should donate a
statue?
book?
Yeah, it's like oh, it just puts the statue on, I guess, the fucking slabs, the dwarven slabs, and flips open the books. See?
Well, if you're looking to make a donation of dwarven cultural relics, I'm sure the Barnholt Company would be very interested. They have a large office here in the city.
Barnhold. Okay. And do you think we can go past that?
Barnhold? I mean, yeah, we can walk past the Barnholds. Let's go.
Sweet.
You guys
Yeah,
have fun
keep
in
packing.
Nerdland.
Yeah, well, there's scholars and stuff. And then just reaches over, picks up Szooth and holds up Szooth. He's a
Yep.
great scholar.
Many noble scholars amongst our party. Nahia, glorious
high.
war bimbo, continues on.
Yeah, I just presents and plays down Szooth. It's like one of the greater scholars among us.
Well, I could donate. Well, let's donate. I'm going to donate a book to this place. Why not? Not one of my autographed books.
You got copies, so you can use those.
You have an old history section, it seems. So, history of the known world. So, how about let's give them a copy of this: a biography of King Galen Albus by Caristra Belmaris.
Oh my. That is a rare tome indeed. My thanks. I suppose we can count it even for the apprentice writing, then. He will give you a wink.
Mighty kind of you.
Well, you will snap her fingers, and the apprentice will come, take the book, go catalog it. Now, if there's anything in particular you'd like help finding, please let me know. Most wise. The library is free for all those of academic minds to pursue, though you cannot take books from the premises without express permission, so feel free to avail yourself of our study rooms as much as you like.
Thank you very much.
My thanks.
Sage inclines her head and returns to her office.
And now a great game of which section would a bit of law that we want to have been filed under.
So, what are you looking for?
I am still most interested in the mirror laws. There's a
Unearthed Arcana? Mayps the Secrets of Nature.
yes, or would it be under the history of the known world as important historical artifacts?
Split up. Looks like Ceres has already gone down to the history of the known world.
Considering she's got some gaps in her historical knowledge, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
I think the specific thing I'm looking for now is an elven artifact, a way sculptor. Was apparently how they performed maintenance on the mirrors. One of the rare magic items that actually needed upkeep.
Oh. Huh. Way sculptor, huh? I suppose let's. Magic. I'm going to go for the Unearthed Arcana section. I'll take a look over there.
All right. I guess I will have my first look in Secrets of Nature.
Okay.
Would get away with using history for the religion of Iona, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for historical artifacts specifically if you're helping Tarn, so yeah. It'd be either the history skill or the investigation skill to find this particular book. All three of you are welcome to roll. Move the bimbos out of the way.
Can I get Marek helping me?
Yeah, sure. You can keep an eye out for good books.
All right.
That is pretty stout.
Yeesh. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near those, but I'm going to give it a try. Huh?
Okay, you all did pretty well. Give me.
Is Szooth doing one too as a noble scholar?
Yeah, he threw an invest at it.
Did he? I can't see it. Oh, yes, he is. It's on the DCL, not Szooth. I was just thrown off. Oh, we're missing a Saris, right?
Yeah.
I figure Saris has enough of her own reading to do.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
unless
thought
Tarn
she
wants to
would- she'd went
specifically
there to
ask
help.
her for help, she is indeed going to go and resume operation, find out what I've missed. So give me just a moment to write out a couple titles. All right. Each of you finds one of the following. Tarn, you find this book. Hashat, you find this book. And Szooth, you find this book.
Hi, Castanex.
Casternax. Which was that one? Do we know? Was that a dragon from a different campaign?
Yes, he is from the last Sav&D. Was your big dragon friend.
Oh, right. I remember him. The red dragon.
Ye.
He's pretty great.
Say again, DCL?
What are the details of the book I got in particular?
It is a philosophical examination of the paradox of having the gods split themselves up into multiple aspects and then having mortals, or in some cases demons, consume those aspects to become partial gods, leaving half deities behind. It examines this from a metamagical perspective, less so a religious one, but again, most of it is philosophy and how followers of the gods can cope with having the source of their worship, their powers even, split up. The conclusion of the book, as you flip through it, seems to be that should your deity be split into, the clearly correct solution, both as a follower of the god and as a cleric, is to become a double deity worshiper. There is also 3 treatises next to that on the shelves, refuting that point in depth.
Give me a second. I need to make a
Yeah, I don't get lost in reading these accounts and stay on focus.
Darius is
Saris
doing
did
her
not.
own reading. She has no assistance from anyone. No, she went off literally on her own, on purpose, into a little corner to read about stuff she might have missed.
Yep, she did not get help from anybody. So indeed.
Didn't seem like she. Oops.
Oh, they'll get you every fucking time, Saris. Every time. She's gonna get to the midway point where there's a big romance portion and go, oh fuck. Realize that it's just fiction.
But at that point, she just has to finish the book to see how it
Well,
ends.
yeah, it's saucy.
So I guess I will trade books with Tarn.
Yeah. And then I'm just going to vanish into one of the study rooms.
I suppose I'll take this one because the hallway's big enough.
Oh, poor Miss lifts her tail. Forever doomed to actually be an actually crappy piece of fiction, but still a good joke. Uh-oh. I'm now thinking, shit, do I know that salamander? Oh, God, I might. Crusher did have a list of lovers, and one of them was a salamander.
Yes, one of them was a salamander, indeed. In fact, a salamander wizard.
Right.
Oop. You didn't even say hi.
What's the wrong character?
Yeah, the fucking Nahia doesn't know her.
I know.
And Crusher, unfortunately, was quite estranged from that individual. She possibly knows about her
different
now.
character.
Yeah, Crusher had a fantastic list of lovers. And a macro to roll whether the relationship went badly or for whatever reason, and there's an unfortunate number of them who just die.
Including
pretty
Sierra's
tragic.
mom. Womp womp.
Yeah. Oh god, I bet that's a prank that people just keep hiding that book around so Rhea keeps coming across it.
Quite probably.
Adventures of her mom and the mysterious stranger with the big tail and the wolf cock.
Probably get the map of the region around here.
So, how hard is it to find a priestess and then see about getting an airship rental? Or, well, not a rental, obviously, passage booking.
Well, That depends. The good news is, Briarmount is frankly just up the road from the Pantheon. So if you want
Excellent.
to go on there, you are welcome to do so.
Oh, holy
Yep.
shit, this place is big.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Might send a runner up to the high terrace, because goodness knows we've now bumped elbows with enough noblesse. And they always complain whenever our like adventurous idiots like come sprinting through a city that we never even stop in to say hi. Gonna send a runner across to literally any of them and ask if they are interested in lunch with our group before we leave the city on other business.
Well, look at you. How considerate.
I know, right?
And grab a couple tokens here. Oh, yeah.
Just
Cassie's coming
looks
with you
over.
guys because nerd shit's boring.
Yeah, it just looks out over the city like that's pretty fucking big. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I guess the last time we saw it for the party, we came here at night time.
I don't think we've ever been here.
We've
No,
never
you
been
haven't
here. We were in Pergolith.
Right, we were in Pergolith before.
Yeah, this city is much, much bigger than even Pergola.
Much, much. Right.
Yeah, massive.
It is indeed a vast city in sections on either side of a lake, and in the distance you can see the titanic towers of the royal palace, and at its foot the secondary keep whence the Lion Knights make their command.
Yeah.
And inevitably, Nahia's senses indicate that there is a brothel very close by as well.
It's because Voron is trying too hard to turn Nahia's attention in the other direction.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, which nobles around that we know of can I send out some runners? It's been a hot minute since the Pogothian party where we met a bunch.
I think other than perhaps the Duskrender family, you don't know any Arunan, capital nobles.
I mean, I'm sure there were visitors at that party.
Let me see. If I
And the
can...
Chosen was around, who Maria
She
had a
is a
crush on.
Duskrender, yes.
Yeah. Someone else to the Duskrenders and ask if they are interested at all.
Sure.
I feel like there are other Aaronites, but I can't remember their names because I can't. I have a good excuse. I just can't remember.
You're not me and have a shit memory for names.
I wouldn't say it's a shit memory. Just there's just lots of people and lots
No,
of
I
names
mean
that they aren't my life.
you don't have the excuse of having a shit memory for
Yeah,
names.
yeah. It's just that it's just a lot of names is my only failing.
Yeah. Fucking infamy for being bad with names.
Yeah.
Like I said, how many years did it take for me to pin your goddamn voice to your name?
It was a while, but that's all right. I understand.
I feel you caught on to mine relatively quickly.
Well, it took I know it took at least a year, Wizard.
Yeah. Fair enough. Admittedly, a long time in the beginning, you only heard my voice just the once a week, I think, in artifacts.
Yeah.
Many a yonks ago.
Yes, but I recognize your voice, but I couldn't put the name to it. I
Right.
couldn't pin the name to it. Be like, oh, you, I remember you, we play in a week. I completely don't remember your fucking nickname.
Right. Fair. Yeah,
And
the,
even
the, om- the
Kina.
omnitheist priests, they're great.
Yeah, you can't have one particular deity's clergy have the final say at the chapel, so it has to be a priest of all the gods, even Agaresh.
What is their omnitheist style around here? Is the belt of symbols, or
No, it is a simple circle.
the
So they're carrying around a circle.
Yeah, the High Clerist has a golden circle on a chain around her neck. You can see she is currently attending the great statue of Senatre at the end of the chapel.
convenient? Also, wildly, I apparently have control of Tassie's token.
Yes, I turned her on for group control so that everyone else could see the map.
Good idea.
All right, elves are community property, as we all know.
There. I will, of course, make sure to pause at Mori's statue. I know if I leave an offering, Voron will steal it. So instead, I will just give her a little polish.
Indeed, as you stop by the Morrigan statue, you can see that it seems to be quite a recent addition, unlike the other statues, which have not a layer of dust per se, but they seem to have settled well into their place. This one has a couple of small skid marks on the tiles, still barely visible where it's been pushed into its alcove, perhaps just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Fair, fair. And look at that. It did not give you too much rack. I mean, Northern Mori was an interesting sight to see, of course.
It's the only goddesses whose bust was not exaggerated was Mithras, and only because you can't really exaggerate that.
Yeah, it's religious dogma. It's already been covered. You can't do it. It would get too expensive in statues.
So, yes,
Uh,
as you approach, a slender catfolk woman in a green shawl and gold chain turn and give you a nod. Welcome to the temple. To what do we owe the pleasure?
well, I am Nahia, priestess of the Morrigan, and I and
Well,
my
we're very well
companion.
aware.
Oh, huh,
Your goddess
you
speaks
are?
very highly of you, Nahia. And your god of you, Lady Dazinor. Oh,
Huh.
shucks.
Yeah, shocks indeed. I will gently pinch Voron's beak before I am mocked. Um, regardless, us and our companions have a meeting pending us at Senatrea's Holy City, and was wondering if you knew the contacts necessary for getting a flight up there.
A flight can be easily arranged. There's a ranger outpost. Just a few days' travel down towards the Holy City. They have an airship dock. The question, of course, is will they allow you through the gates? The Holy City is sealed to most.
I would hope so. We have done a duty, and we travel with Senatrea's granddaughter.
Woman's eyebrows arch up into her hair. Is that so? Well,
Indeed,
things are changing.
they are. She
What
will
of you?
probably be with us right this moment, but she is busy, nose buried in book.
Ah, yes, that does happen to those who teleport into Briarmount. Well, give me a moment. I shall write you a script for the airship dock.
Thank you. It is very appreciated.
Disappear out the door, which takes her several minutes or to reach and then disappear through. This is a long, long fucking hall.
Yeah. So I will walk up and have a look over the statue.
It's the
Make sure that
Residium
there
worm
hasn't been
herself.
some. Yeah, make sure there hasn't been some like a wild change to it ever since Saris has been walking around. Or if the fucking statue winks smugly at us, which they have been known to do in the past.
Not when you're looking.
Oh, You forget I got bird eyes in the back of my head. No one suspects the secret Voron.
Yeah, but would Voron narc on Sanitrea?
Probably not, no.
So yes, indeed, the statue of the Residium dragon seems much as you would expect. She is tall and majestic, and her great sweeping horns are adorned with blue jewels, her body with blue runes. She stands imperious at the front of the hall, where not all that long ago the statue of Woavar might have stood, and you can still see the sun motif on the floor.
Going to quickly rummage around in bag. I shall pull out a gold piece and a gold's worth of Residium and place that under one of the statue's claws. So that seems apropos.
Moron nods sagely. As you do that, Tassie will go over and pray to the statue of Woavar. And Ursula shall repair the slight damage to the floor as High Class Least returns, laboriously making her way all the way back. Here you go. This should tell the airship operators to take you where you need to go.
Thank you very much. This is appreciated and saves us a great deal of time of getting Saris back home.
My pleasure, Lady Nahia. It is not every day that we get the pleasure of a goddess's chosen here, much less one who would return a deity to our flock.
I think that's the first time Nahi's been called anyone's chosen out loud, apart from by Mori herself.
The priestess smiles knowingly and puts a hand on your shoulder. Do your goddess proud, Lady Nahia.
I certainly try my best.
This dwarf friend of yours, is she also a Morganite?
She is a companion of ours and a friend of Mori's. And very gifted with stone.
So I see. Well, that saves us contracting with the Barnholts. Thank you very much, young lady.
Yeah, thank you, Ursula.
I just look up at her and like, while holding the lacquer, just looks at her. How old does she look?
She's probably in her mid-50s.
Oh.
So,
Out of the
proportionally,
way.
perhaps a bit older than you.
Scale-wise at the time, yes. Right. Yep. I just saw that and like, it's nice flooring, nice stone and everything. Just would be, yeah. Just fix that, or just thank you. Just don't let anyone step on it for like the next So, hour should be right as train.
As you say. Well, the goddess certainly does
Just
keep
if
interesting company.
proud ear wiggles.
Tassie will come up and give you a
Okay.
head pat.
Just keeps her off the tile right in front of more statues. Like, "Ooh, careful, just fix that."
Her elven feet nimbly avoid all the work you've done. Come on, I'm no Hashat.
Them who's for made for clumping.
Yeah, like you can understand when I keep walking around just y'all big people that when you just slam your feet on the ground and like on a stone and just crack stone and be like,
To be fair, pointedly, unless she's trying, for some reason Hashat's hooves never seem to break stone. I'd guess, like,
no,
tiling would do the same.
yeah, but that is true. She's
Look at
gotten a
me,
lot better about,
I too am being very dexterous.
Unfortunately, with your heavy armor, it's a mere 10.
Hey, I'll take a
Just-
10 for at least remembering to keep my toe claws, like, lifted up, so I'm just going scale foot to ground.
oh, you got the fucking raptor band on the toes there, just instead of like.
It's probably just actually just flexing the toes so the tips of claws don't touch down on the ground.
Yeah.
Otherwise, every single foot step she took everywhere ever would just sound like
Like nails on, like metal nails on a chapboard.
yeah.
But you will have a really good grip.
This is true.
Great footing.
It's not necessary here though.
Aye.
You don't trip over in this place unless you've pissed off the respective god. It's just facts.
No, that is true. I just go and pay respect to both of these players and Papa pay respect because he has all that cool knowledge. I just give him a pay respect that and thumbs up for all the cool dwarven knowledge I've managed to recover. And then
Indeed. Yeah, I will be doing much the same for everyone.
and just for this guy, I just a whispering prayer away from Nahia that like please help her make all the money.
Oh man, that is like the only prayer he gets, and it is probably the most potent physical prayer that is repeated by anyone living in a big city ever.
Yes, but the difference is they pray for themselves. Please God help me get some money. Ursa is praying for
I wouldn't
Nahia
say
to
that.
get some money.
There are probably a lot of people who pray for others as like businesses, wealth, and health,
Success and all
and
this.
success. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I just and just silently like say dwarves with catters are also the coolest. Thank you. Give this one a hug and say thank you for Szooth. Give the Kinar statue a respectful praying hug and thanks for Szooth.
No.
The statue drips. Uh-oh. It's like when the Virgin Mary cries, except it's from behind.
Oh, Lord.
God damn.
What could it mean?
Nice.
The tears fall. They're thick tears.
The martyr mucus.
Oh, oh.
The
need to use that
sin slime.
Hold on, I need to write that down for Warhammer.
We got some really good fucking names here. The DCL is just glad he's fucking muted, so we can't hear him.
I was listening. Look, if Szooth was there, I'm pretty sure he'd just be dead because his heart would have exploded from the awe.
Oh man.
He's a kobold, and he's having someone thank a dragon god for his existence. I think you would kill the poor kobold.
I'm thanking the god of friendship and camaraderie that the kobold slept with.
Look, I'm not saying Szooth's not like an incredibly amazing kobold. I'm saying if he ever realizes that, his heart might stop.
Don't worry, we know how to start it again. So it's very simple to get the heart started again for Szooth to be like, if your hearts don't stop now, Senatrea won't sit on your face.
Szooth wakes up.
You can't die yet. You have so many cloaca to live for.
Like, what cloacas is there to go after if he nails Senatrea?
It is not about the destination, it is about the journey. You can climb the peaks and still walk down.
Yes, but the
Yeah.
primordials are below Senatrea.
The primordials are Senatrea's children, like direct descendants.
Just have to complete the set.
You gotta fuck the mom, then fuck the
Yeah,
children.
just work your way up the family hierarchy. You got
Oh
the
my
gods, you got
God.
the primordials, and you got grandma.
I'm sorry, when did this turn into a hentai plot?
A long time ago.
You know what? That's fair. I rescind my snark.
Speaking of the primordials, what did we learn from our books that we got?
Yes. Well, Hashat, ask a question about the primordials.
Well, if you're gonna,
And
I'm gonna have to
you
think
can-
about that.
You can think of one about the mirrors.
All right. So I think a quick question before the actual question. Say the diagram of the way sculptor I got would that be sufficient if someone had the materials for someone to actually build one?
Most likely, yes. You would want to certainly go to a master artisan or mage smith, but yes, probably.
And in that case, I won't spend my question on asking how to build one, but the proper method of using one.
All right. Indeed, there is a ritual in the book, which is annotated and described in detail. When a mirror is damaged or needs to be reshaped, you are shown many diagrams of ritual circles that must be inscribed on the ground, and special glass powders and powdered ruby that must be prepared as well, and gently laid into the cracks in the glass or onto the edges that are now shorn. and the knife is used, much like a lathe, to either cut the glass or to smooth over the cracks, and through some magical process inherent to the thing, to the ritual. Unfortunately, you're not much of a arcanist yourself. Which I mean spellcaster.
Yeah.
Yes, you know a lot about Arcana. You know what's going on here, but the actual spell that is inherent to the ritual isn't immediately apparent. You can roll Arcana if you'd like to understand more, or rather be able to like prepare a scroll of it, perhaps.
Sure. Is Marek able to assist this?
Let me see if he's trained in Arcana. Actually, don't remember. No. Unfortunately, he is also not a wizard.
All right. Well, it's worth a try.
You can get Saris to assist you, though. She is a wizard.
Sure. If she has finished enjoying the fan fiction about Rhea, then
Doesn't understand what this fan fiction business is, but yes, she enjoyed her book. It's a very thrilling historical account. Just had no idea there were armies of extraplanar genie up there that were all sexy and wearing harem outfits. Strange.
and it's 24 too.
All right. Yes, you can commit to memory or to parchment, more likely, the specifics of the spell, and indeed, this seems to be more like, to your reckoning, a cure wounds spell than, say, a mending. It is as if healing a living creature, as it reshapes the glass and mends the cracks.
Interesting. And concerning. Deeply, deeply concerning. But interesting.
Saris will arch an eyebrow. That is strange. Why is it healing magic? I don't suppose that's some sort of living class.
It. Perhaps it is. I mean, they are, after all, well, their understanding of rhyme isn't. It's not something that could easily be automated, not across every possible language. Fit quite well with their capabilities to consider them as living or at least semi-conscious beings.
Still, though, there are gargoyles that are more or less sentient, but you still use spells like mending on them.
It's true. Maybe we can ask a mirror.
I wonder if it would give up its own secrets.
If we were offering to heal and restore it, quite possibly. I can't imagine it's. Can't imagine they're happy about no longer being able to do all that they used to be able to.
I'd assume not, but then again, if they're semi-sentient, perhaps they're happy not to be hurting all those poor cows anymore. Does a mirror have morality?
likely not the same way we would. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe when we're back down south, Nahia will let us just speak to hers about it.
Well, let's get your rhyming hat on. It's going to be an interesting conversation.
If the mirror consents, yeah, you can take it out.
Oh, let's go see how Hashat's doing. Maybe she's had equal luck.
Alright, let's see.
All right, Moo Horse, what do you got?
Okay. I'm looking for. My question is, where are the primordial sanctums and how to reach them?
Okay. Hold on, let me flip over to the world map and grab that bad boy. Everyone
The
just
world.
zoom out to like 30%. So we can all see what the fuck's going on. Then I'm also going to get out the primordials list because what the heck, you should get their names right. All right. Well, I'll give you a solid hint on where Vulcanus's sanctum was. Yeah, you
Yeah.
find that one right around here somewhere. Apparently, there was a lovely temple city above it, and you could go through that into the actual sanctum itself and consult with the Fire Lord in the depths, his volcanic home. Let's see. To the goddess Sarusina, of course, the deity of your interest. Her home was up in here, in what is now the Shattered Sea. The way to reach that would have been to go into the depths of the mountains, ascend the very highest peak amongst them, and there you would find an outer temple, which contained an elevator that would take you down into the depths of the earth and to her personal sanctum.
An elevator.
Mm-hmm. The god Tritonus, the bountiful Fisher King, has a sanctum about here, just off the south coast of Ervanen. If you wish to reach his domain, you must be prepared to swim a great, great way down. One must be able to hold their breath or act the part of the fish to reach his domain. And Bellaria, goddess of the skies, well, there's no set location for her domain, as the diagram you see of the world simply has a shell above it on which rests a castle in the clouds. To ascend to her domain, one must take to the skies on wings or magic.
Does this castle in the sky, does mention where where it dwells, or does it move?
She is the goddess of the winds. Of course it moves.
Fuck. There's no telling where that thing is then.
Nope.
You have to scry for it. Are there mention of names for these sanctums? Do they have names?
That is a good question. Let me look real quick. Go. Find my Airvanen map. That one might have one written down on it. The answer would appear to be no. They do not have specific names. They are simply referred to as the Crucible of X. So Crucible of
Crucibles.
Earth, Crucible of Fire, Crucible of Wind, etc.
Okay. Well, one of the Tritonus would be easy enough to get to, at least. The other two are irritating.
To be fair, Windy seems quite content on her own.
Yeah.
All they've done is assert that Earthy is a lass in need, hidden in a rock or
Seems
a
like
big
it.
jammy.
As you're coming to that conclusion, Hashat, Saris peeks around one of your tremendous biceps. So, learn anything interesting?
Sort of.
You seem rather huffy. What's wrong?
Oh, I just didn't find what I was looking for. I was looking for references to the sanctums of the primordials. Tritonus is actually easy to get to. He's off the coast. His sanctum is, or rather, the crucible, as they're called, apparently, is off the coast of Airvanen, underwater. Which, me being me, would actually be easy to get to because all I have to do is jump or walk.
Not so much easy for the rest of us coming with you, though.
No. It makes reference that it is very far deep underwater.
Mm.
You worried at all about breathing down there?
I mean, that's not a problem for me. I've got this cloak.
So is this where I research how to make ashes like hermetically sealed?
gonna give him a fucking oxygen tank.
There is a reference to Valeria and her flying castle. It travels around in the sky, it just drifts around. There's no telling where it is,
Oh,
but an
that was in the
airship would
book
bring
I
it
was
to us.
reading.
It was?
Yeah, there was a flying castle full of genies, and the heroic Salamander adventurer, she defeated all the Jinn guards to rescue a princess.
Huh.
Mhm.
So it's Belarus moving castle. Okay.
And where did that happen?
Just off the north coast of Airvanen, I think.
At Airvanen, huh?
Tarn, would you like to roll a history check?
Sure.
Unlikely that it's still there.
Can I rub a Marek on it?
Yes. You would
Okay.
also be aware of this.
33.
Excellent. It appears Saris has just read a retelling of the legend of Rain Calamar, a human adventurer who did in fact conquer a castle that was floating over Ervanan long, long ago.
Interesting. I've not heard of that being a salamander's deed. It was a human that, that took the floating castle.
Oh no, the book was very specific about it being a beautiful black-scaled salamander.
I think you may have found a piece of historical fiction, Saris, or or at least a localization by a salamander themselves, wanting to make the legend more accessible for their own people.
Are you
Huh.
sure?
Wait,
This
whoa.
book is very explicit. I can't imagine anyone could make all of these details up.
That's typically the thing. The more explicit they get, the less likely it is that they are actually the real events rather than placeholders, inventions, and assumptions made by the author in order to fill out the gaps in the narrative that historians can never actually know for sure.
I mean, that makes sense, but why would they have it filed in the history section if it's fiction? You'd think a university would vet their books.
Huh?
I mean, this is the same place where all of the apprentices ran away from the giant penis worm. I think mistakes will just happen when something like that can cause such a reaction.
Well,
Are you,
Actual history is very fluid and complicated. Trying to go over all those nuances for people just starting off is often too hard, so it's often easier just to run with the assumptions as they're true and leave the deeper quandaries for those interested.
all right. A,
Well,
Szooth is correct, and B, are you telling me you wouldn't run away from a giant penis worm if it appeared in your library?
Correct. I would be much more likely to try to bonk it into submission and to make it go away.
That's why
Okay,
we're
well,
adventurers.
pretend like you're an inexperienced neophyte researcher with no combat skills.
I was one of those. I still got into combat.
Right. Maybe I'm the only person in the party who doesn't like the idea of a giant penis worm. More than fool me, I guess.
I wonder how long it would take to modify that spell.
Frankly, when you're as small as me, everything is giant.
It's probably definitely not as long as actually making a new 5th level spell. 4th level spell? Which level was teleportation circle?
5th.
Yes, 5th. Not as probably modifying it probably wouldn't take as long as making a whole new 5th level teleport spell.
Definitely not. Although, once you start mumbling about that, Saris will just cock her head to the side. Oh, come on. That's practically your most iconic spell.
It's well, I mean, yeah, but now that I know what it looks like on the other end, I feel like I should change
This whole
it.
time, have you never asked anyone what the...
No, actually, I've never asked anyone what the like exit looks like.
Saris just giggles at you. Well, Still, at this point, I think you'd just be disappointing some of your friends. Changed it.
Disappointing them?
Well, yes, I mean, imagine those elven adventurers we spoke to just the other day. How disappointed they would be if the giant penis worm stopped showing up at their house.
I guess it's an interesting thing to talk about, but
See, it's an excellent conversation starter.
anyway, before the mountain exploded, apparently the way to find Saracina's crucible was to ascend to the highest point, the highest mountain in the mountain range, and enter a small temple that was made at the top. And there was a great elevator that would take you down through the mountain and then under the mountain and then further down until you reached her crucible, which is, I think, the vision I've been having.
Well, if the mountains were destroyed, how do you know that she's still in that crucible? And couldn't she have just gone somewhere else?
When I scried for her, specifically for her, it showed me this place. And unless I go about using one of those mirrors to go try scrying for her with that, I can only assume it's at her crucible and that it survived.
I mean, how do you know it's that place, though?
I don't.
So she could actually be anywhere. You're just hoping that thousands of years later she's still at her house.
Well, the thing is that I don't actually see her when I scry for her. It takes me to. It shows me this crystal, a giant green crystal.
Hmm?
And I'm unsure as to what that means, or if she's in the crystal, or if it's some kind of if something's rerouting the scry to it.
That sounds like a gemstone chrysalis to me.
Gemstone chrysalis.
Yes, you know how certain creatures, when they change stages in their life cycle, they'll create a cocoon or similar structure and hide inside while their bodies adjust?
Yeah, like butterflies
Right.
or other insects, I guess.
And what would a goddess of the earth make her chrysalis out of but gemstones?
I suppose.
Alternatively, she could be trapped in some sort of horrible, ironic prison.
Mm, I hope it's not that. I think I'm gonna have to use one of those mirrors and try looking for her with that thing.
Oh, yes. We found something interesting out about those, by the way.
Oh, did you?
It's the method to maintain and repair them. It's not like what you do to a construct or just a mundane item. The actual form the magic takes is closer to healing proper, like cure wounds.
That's weird.
Indeed. Uh, I'm not sure the full implications of it yet, but it does actually seem like they should be considered as living beings.
Well, their scrying does work very differently from like just a regular than regular scrying. There has It has to know somehow what you're trying to look for. And there are times where it seems to, like, when you're asking it a riddle or a rhyme, it like doesn't do anything for a minute. Like, it's almost like it's thinking about it.
Hmm. Yes, and well, I've not experienced it myself, but the stories do say sometimes they get huffy if you overuse the same rhyme.
Like it gets bored, or
Annoyed at you for not coming up with something interesting. Yeah. Like just the point for now is when you ask something, make sure to be extra polite.
I suppose I'll try. Yeah. Is there anything else we should look for, or should we catch up?
I mean, there's a lot I want to look for, but I think if we go back to books now, we may never stop.
I did see a sequel to this story. Saris will bite her lip, considering for a moment. Yes, we should leave before we all get sidetracked. Yes.
Saris is just too precious.
Okay, let's turn our books in and go hunt down Nahia and the others.
All right. So, as you guys are leaving the Briarmount Symposium, and a couple of minutes after Nahia, Ursula, and Tassie leave the Pantheon, you both run into something of an encounter. By which I mean a human-sized winged shape leaps down from the rafters and rooftops overhead and swoops down towards each group in turn.
Ah, precious beans.
Why, hello there.
Hello! I hear you're very famous and important down south.
Not entirely incorrect.
Well, our Aunt Caelin has asked for your presence at her estate up at the High Terrace.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Please follow me.
Oh, we have other companions that we have to fetch.
Oh, no worry. My twin Ava is already fetching them.
Ah,
Be along shortly.
oh, excellent. And there's more than one of you precious babes. Excellent.
She grins ear to ear. Oh, you're too kind.
Nonsense. I love wingies.
They are the best. Actually, you look a little familiar. You don't happen to be from Ervanen, do you?
Oh, yes, I am from Ervanen. A long time ago, of course, although the accent certainly hung around.
Aha, I knew it. My parents have, had an estate there. Thought I recognized you. I visited once or twice, and there's a salamander that looked just like you, but she was just up to here. And Cora will indicate her waistline.
That would be me, yes.
I have a
I
perfect recollection for faces, you know.
It would seem I unfortunately do not, at least not from childhood.
Oh, that's fine. I'm Cora Duskrender.
A pleasure. Nahia Losstaker.
And you must be Ursula, the absolutely unkillable barbarian. And the stoic type,
Hedrah is
I
muted.
see.
And Hedrah is muted.
Well, no, just I. Not really unkillable, just very hard to. I try to stay alive. It's fun to be
Well,
alive.
I suppose paradoxically, you can't be proven wrong for that moniker until you do get killed.
For a what?
Never mind. Come along, I'll show you to the estate.
Be our
Unless you
pleasure.
get sidetracked off to the barley burrow. That tends to happen to people.
I've heard tales of the place, but I will endeavor to behave.
Well,
What's
the
a
whole point of the
paradox
place is to
dial?
stop behaving, but perhaps they'll let poor innocents like yourself by this one time.
I shall cross my fingers.
And indeed, the other group is treated to much the same acknowledgement from Ava.
Just,
Oh, sorry,
just
go ahead.
asks Naya on the sly. What's a paradox dial?
Oh, combination of words paradox and ically, as in, this is something that is a paradox. Paradox most
Okay,
commonly being mistaken for irony.
okay, first time I've heard that word.
Fair.
And yes, to the south, Ava sweeps down, waving a white feathered hand. Aha! And you must be the two great dragons and your little kobold son. Grins ear to ear.
I mean, kobolds believe in communal raising, so that's technically not wrong by my culture.
She claps. Ah, I knew it. Tarnavak Dracul, isn't it?
Indeed. A
And
pleasure.
it's all mine. I'm Ava Duskrender. And I am here to collect you and your friends and take you up to Lady Kaelin's estate.
I see.
Kaelin. Do we know her?
Well, I should certainly hope so. Princess of the Realm, chosen of Kalira. All around just one of the best people in the country.
I believe we made her acquaintance in Pergolith.
Oh, right, at the party.
Indeed you
Aye.
The
did.
knighting thing.
Ah, yes, that's right. She did mention that you were all, well, all but one, knighted in service of the realm. Very good. Well, my twin Cora should be collecting the rest of your group, so would you please follow me?
Of course.
Twins, huh? Didn't know the Duskrenders had harpies in their family.
Oh, we have just about everything. Queen Skeza the First was not terribly choosy. Then her daughters and their daughters, and well, it's just a whole thing now. Got everything from hobgoblins to kitsunes, harpies like me, and a couple salamanders now. Oh, and catfolk and dogfolk. Really, I don't know how they get along, but apparently 2 of those step siblings ended up marrying, in fact. That was a bit of a scandal in the family, but it turned out all right.
Must be quite an ordeal having to keep track of that family tree. Must be a full-time job for somebody.
It actually is, but luckily it's just a scribe at the royal palace. But I'm sure, according to the rumors anyway, that you'll have to deal with something much like that in the future yourself.
Yeah, probably.
Who on earth thinks it'll take into the future?
I'll need
Well-
that soon.
How many granddaughters does she have? Or grandsons, I suppose. I guess you can still make both, right? If that's not too prying.
Make both?
Yeah, your kids aren't gender locked, right?
No.
Okay. Then yeah, grandsons and daughters. Once you start having those, then it gets hard to track.
Oh dear. Well, that's something. Okay, I'll write that down.
Well, come along. Let's not keep Lady Kaelin waiting.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey,
Did you have much success?
Indeed. I'll hand the envelope to Tan. This here, if we show it to the airship master, so to speak, or the rangers in charge of it, that should see us on a plane and on our way. Also, I suppose you have now noticed I sent a runner along to Dusk Renders just to say that we are in town if they wanted to meet for dinner.
Ah. I wasn't sure if you sent a message or if they were just eagerly awaiting our arrival.
Could be both.
Quite possibly.
Fair enough. I get the. I'm gonna flip the messenger an extra copper as they go.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day. No, I'm down to like 8 copper. My peasant money. I'm running out.
God forbid
you
you
want
start
me to
tipping people in
restart you?
silver.
Start tipping bitches in silver.
Do you need some copper? I've got some copper laying around somewhere.
Nah, I'm alright, really. I tease.
Have a look at the
Are you
bottom of
sure?
the
I
bag
heard
and
someone.
vessels.
I heard someone in Evarra hired a whole bunch of ships to do some weird stuff.
To protect the ocean and our various families and islands. And also ascending. Look, I'm not going to say I
How
haven't just
poor?
spent.
How poor are you?
I'm not poor. I have nearly a couple hundred gold in my name now.
All right, well that's not so bad.
Yeah.
But we still have Obsidian.
Indeed, but I try not to count that as our actual fortune.
In need.
Cora and Ava will alight on the top of a pair of vine arches, tucking their wings down and ushering you into the courtyard of a little townhouse, where you find
God,
the
thanks.
kitsune herself sitting and sipping tea awaiting you. See, unlike last time when she was dressed up in her lovely royal finery, this time Lady Kaelin has a simple tunic and long pants on, and her long bow is sitting, resting on one of the pillars on the door beside her. She smiles and raises her cup to you as you enter. Ah, my dear adventurers, welcome, welcome. It's been far too long.
Indeed. It's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Kaelin.
Pleasure is entirely mine. Since we last met, you have done some truly incredible things.
To be fair, they just sort of keep happening to us.
Nonsense. Folk don't just sit in their boring day jobs, slaving away and have great adventures thrust on them. No, you go out looking for them one way or another, even if it's just by the very presence of your skills and abilities.
You're kind to say so. What rumors of us have reached your ears recently?
She taps her nose and gives you a wink. All sorts
Eh,
of things reach my ears, especially those that regard our neighbors from across the ways. She will
Our ears
gesture
are so
grandly
large and
towards
fluffy.
the west coast.
fair. And busy times they've made of us.
Indeed. But I understand that sooner or later someone will be going to put a sock in that nonsense. Isn't that right?
Well, can't make any promise of great results, but that is the plan.
Well, no results can be promised, but trying is more than anyone's done in a long time. I argued for counter-invasion when the war ended, but there was no backbone for it at the time, even when our army was in tatters running back across the strait. Everyone was too paranoid about a certain hobgoblin sitting on an island in the straits, sitting on a freighter made by a dragon lord. Alas. But a new day dawns indeed. I'm only sad that I have pressing business elsewhere, else I would offer to assist in person. As it is, though, the resources of my house, at least those that are not tremendously obvious, will wait your word if there is aught we can do to help.
Thank you. There is something, at least for me, in that vein. Lady Sarah down in Evarra has charged me with a letter and a mission to carry it here. Apparently, she has been having a great deal of trouble getting anyone to listen to her.
Ah, yes, my dear niece does have quite the mouth on her, and unfortunately, most of the ears around here are. Kaelin will flop her ears down, tucking them against her scalp. Quite closed to the events in the south. All eyes are on the west. I will do what I can, but our resources are stretched more thin than I'd like to admit.
Aye. Oh. I- Thank you for the attempt, at least.
Well, the attempt, as far as I'm concerned, will be delivering a letter to Covenstone herself. Actually getting her to do anything, well, with what's happened in Evarra, maybe she'll listen. But, well, never mind. Things are as they are.
Indeed.
So, that said, I heard something about lunch and some heroic company who want to regale me with their adventures. The servants inside should just be finishing up a lovely turkey. Do you all like turkey?
Of
Haven
course.
or hate it, but they have other business elsewhere, so I can indulge.
Uh,
Heart beats
before
off.
they leave, let's see here. I've still got some bottles of elven wine left. I will hand them one to share.
Oh, thank you.
You are welcome.
Twins will flap excitedly and go perch up on a wall somewhere.
So they can just share drinks from the bottle like a couple of hooch hobos.
Hell yeah. Kaelin watches them go and rolls her eyes. Oh, those two, incorrigible.
Adorable.
Oh yes, when they're behaving, but that's on a good day. They can be troublemakers. But that runs in the
Yes,
family, I'm told. I wouldn't know anything about that myself, of course.
of course not. Would you like a bottle of wine?
Ah, well, only if it's for us all to share.
Certainly can be.
Then yes, please, come in. Let us all eat.
I shall tick off another. Oh no, I'm down to one bottle of expensive elven wine. Still got
Oh.
two vodkas though. So I'll live. I'll get there.
Yeah. Unless anyone has something specific they'd like to talk to Kaelin about, she will instead regale you, once you've shared your stories, with some news from across the way from the East Coast. As she will say that she is freshly returned from Airvanen and will soon be returning, now as its Marcher Baroness.
That's quite the change in ownership. Well, sort of.
Yes, after the incident, the other two countries that had formerly claimed some ownership of Airvanen have backed off. So now it's just a competition between us and the Amazons. And I'm going there to keep the peace myself with my household.
Good. Goodness knows they've been through enough.
Indeed, as have some of the residents who are no longer there. Am sorry that we couldn't do more for your townsfolk, Nahia.
It is okay. It was a childhood home that it would never have been the same without my family anyway. It is just a shame to know that so many good people have fallen to prejudice.
Luckily, not many fell to it, but they did have to leave their homes. It was a lovely experiment, what Mother tried. Ill-advised, but she knew that. Alas, alas. Sorry, actually, I guess it would be her sister, not mother. Yes.
Yeah, look, we've seen those calves. Everyone can call her mother. It's fine.
It is true. Everyone calls her mommy. Yeah, Kaelin will rub her temples. Sarah and I tried to dissuade Mary from that course of action, but she wouldn't listen, and well, I guess it was only a matter of time, but it seems at least some good came of that place. She'll incline her head towards Nahia.
Well, yeah, okay. I will admit that it has certainly led to an open mind and open horizons for my entire life.
And I've
That
heard
has served me
reports of
well.
others from your settlement having similar perspectives. I doubt any time in any of our lifetimes people will stop treating demons like they are inherently evil, but, well, it's a step, one day after the next.
Indeed.
Speaking of
If I can
steps,
do
though,
it from only childhood, I'm sure those descendant of deeper ages and deeper family lineages will get there far faster.
indeed, though, sadly, some that you'd think would be terribly open-minded have a tendency to be rather picky about what races they allow to live on the world.
Hmm.
But, as I said, one step in front of the next. Even such ancient prejudices as those can change over time. But yes, speaking of steps, I see that we have not one but two dragons with us. I take it you are, in fact, going to the Holy City.
That's right.
Well, I doubt you'll have any trouble getting in, but I'd caution some measure of, well, prudence in your dealings up there. A few little birdies have told me that there might be a very angry Lyresian paladin who's already made his way there.
Shit.
Somebody's not happy about having his his helpless damsel stolen from him.
Well, what a coincidence.
Yeah. What a shame for him. He can feast upon mancocks.
Well, I don't think yours are quite the ones he was hoping to, but
Mm.
I look forward to hearing that you fed them to him regardless.
Just salute her with my glass.
What would be an appropriate gift? What would be a good gift to bring the lady of the city?
For Senator,
So,
what do you give a goddess as a gift? I'm not sure
That's a
she
good
needs
question.
anything.
Wait, please, I
so
still have things I need to do.
Be there, Szooth, yeah.
Kaelin will grin and say,
Hey.
I'm afraid that's one gift that, while potent and certainly respectable, will probably be declined.
well, so this pretty much the best gift anyone can ever have. So
I'm taking heart attack damage, please.
Oh, please, don't try and kill your poor kobold. Can't take that much praise.
You really can't.
well,
It's not even that he.
the only reason we are here together is because he hired all of us.
Yeah, that was the
So
intro.
without Szooth, we wouldn't have this.
Oh,
It just
wow.
looks around. I would say merry band, but
Holy
very
It's
crap.
merry
weird
band.
group of people.
I'm appropriately merry.
Holy crap, I owe you guys so much in back pay.
Yeah, it's been what, over a year?
I better go get the accountant. I'll be right back.
I am the
Oh, no, you
accountant.
don't.
Kaelin flicks a mage hand to the door and it closes. No
Also,
escape.
Oh, right, sorry.
You can fret
Wraith will
about your
come back.
finances when you're finished having your meal with the princess. That's the rule.
Gave me. I've been distracted in my own thoughts.
I'm curious, are you still going to be regarded as a princess once you become Marcher Baroness?
Oh, I suppose it's just one more title to add to the list. At this point, I can't even keep track of them all.
No, you can.
Do you have a little book on your person that has all your titles in it?
She reaches into her pocket and does indeed produce a little journal. I do,
Handy.
actually, in case I need to ever formally introduce myself to someone.
Do you pick one at random, or do you just
No, you have to go through the
go
whole
on the top?
thing. The whole
Oh,
thing. She will open it up and show you 2 entire pages that are completely filled up. Flip it over to a third.
Why does that
No.
one say the tastemaker?
Well, I did win a national baking championship once.
Oh. How wonderful.
It was nice. Of course, not all of us can escape our past figures. She will pat her stomach.
Nahia will look around, nod sagely. Indeed.
Indeed,
Life is
so
a battle against deliciousness.
indeed, so I'm afraid I won't be able to offer dessert tonight, but and yes, it is a statement to go through the whole list. In case I ever need to make someone just shake in their pants, the horror and wrath they've unleashed by making me come all the way to personally dress them down.
Wonderful.
It is an effective tactic. Not one I'm particularly
Oh,
fond of using, but it does have its uses.
which way was the barnhold? We were supposed to go past it, but then birds happened.
Birds do tend to happen, perhaps to your party more than most. The Barnhold estate is just down the street, 3 doors down and then take a left.
Oh, that's like a
Okay.
half-hour walk.
No, that's like 10 minutes. What did I forget?
Well, it can take much longer if we finish this wine bottle off.
Agreed.
Makes it easy. Just gets a straw, puts it in there, and starts puts it into the bottle and just starts letting it be the snorkel for the bottle and just starts draining the bottle. It will be the easiest way to empty it.
Kaelin, Tassie, and Sarah's all go, "No!"
I'm not doing it. I'm just saying that that would be the easiest way to drink. Calm down.
Well, it's not every day we get delicious elven wine. The embassy is rather stingy with its cellar. Ah,
Just thinks, how deep down is the cellar?
I'm not privy to the tactical layout of the Elven Castle Embassy. And if I were, I certainly wouldn't be allowed to tell anyone.
No, it's just. It's not the what's the words again? It's not the would be not the first time we done a foray into an underground
I would appreciate
cellar
you
like
not
that.
causing an international incident over a few bottles of elven wine. Please, if you're going to do that, at least kidnap the princess.
Does she have the key to the wine cellars?
No, but she has the key to Cora and Ava's hearts.
As fascinated as I am by the idea of an elven princess, I'm afraid I am very much off the market these days now.
You're very stocked up on elves, aren't you, Hashat? Poignant look.
As I said, I'm off the market. What more do you want from me?
How do you feel about Talir, then? There are several eligible Ilgade girls here in town.
Definitely off the market in general. 14 isn't that. 14 is already a lot.
14 is a terribly odd number. You should do a nice round 15, if you ask me. And once you're going to harems, you should go in multiples of 5. Everyone knows that.
Okay. Wasn't that the orc and orky fun?
Ah, you must have met Sansa's daughter. Yes, the Ilgades are a very prodigious line of knights from Pergoleth.
Wonder why.
Well, you see, a catfolk married a bunnyfolk wizard, and the bunnies then married minotaurs. And so they produced incredibly virile bunnies.
It's actually a rather amazing interaction. I'm surprised they didn't just take over the entire population.
You know, that's a fascinating point about Talir in general. I read a book just a few weeks ago on Talir population control methods. It's actually fascinating stuff. The
Wonder how they
leading
self-regulate.
theory is actually that the whole species has some sort of genetic sense of its own population density, and their fertility increases and decreases relative to worldwide Talirs.
Oh, just like ants.
So they reach a critical point where they just don't have any, where they just cannot have kids anymore, but all of them.
Basically, yes. That's the theory, anyway. I'm not sure if it's entirely true.
Szooth squints up and looks at the sky, eyeing the gods. Not sure if I can blame them if that was divine intervention.
I wouldn't be
Out of
surprised.
character, I will say this. It's a goddamn gossip with contraceptives and makes the fucking Talir sterile.
But
You know, like, what was it? Was it Jones something? Alex Jones? They put chemicals in the water that make the frogs gay. In this case, they put chemicals in the Talir water to make them infertile.
the jokes keep coming.
Gil just shrug and say, well, if you wish to know more about Talir fertility, I will again point you towards the Ilgades in town. They are perhaps the pinnacle of that particular experiment.
Tempting thought, but we will have to be going before that opportunity rolls by, I'm sure. That and I would never be forgiven for indulging when none of my companions were around.
I understand all too well.
This has been a lovely meal, though.
Indeed, it has. Thank you all for stopping by. It's nice to catch up and, of course, to meet the Royal Dragoness. Saris will blush slightly. And it's not every day I get to meet another princess, so it's been a pleasure, Lady Kaelin. Like I said, all mine.
I'll make sure to bring by extra wine next time I'm in town.
You spoil me. Do that and I might just have to break down and bake a cake.
Oh, that's dangerous talk there.
I know the recipe for the absolute best creamy strawberry frosting, too. Once you
Alright,
have mine,
deal.
you'll never want anyone else's.
Deal.
She grins and swishes her foxy tails. Well, let's get you going then, shall we? Hate for you to miss your appointment with the goddess.
Same.
She
Yeah,
walks.
it's a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. At least not the cakes I make. They're extremely complex, delicate affairs. But they melt in your mouth.
Yeah. If your way is hazy, you've got to do the cooking by the book. You can't be lazy.
No, not when it comes to baked goods, anyway. Ah. And speaking of goods, Lord Drickpool, do you remember what I said? Our resources may be a bit thin at the moment, but if there is anything we can do to help, name it.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not often we get that heady mixture of ambition and hope all in one place. Mother is right about you, I think.
The highest praise you could give us.
Oh, close enough. Good luck on the road, my friends. Shall, by the goddess's grace, see you all soon.
Well, if it's Kalira, we saw her before we got here.
I was thinking more Senatrea in this case, but yes, I did have an inkling that you might be coming this way after all.
Okay. So down 3 and left. Okay. Any of you, any of you good with the praising stuff?
What sort of stuff in particular?
Well, there just pulls out the statue, like, oh, sorry, the sculpture she made.
I I think you're our expert in that field.
I mean, Nahia is the
No, I
merchant.
make. Yeah, I make stuff. I don't sell stuff.
She wants to know how much it's worth, not if it's good or not.
Sure, I can embrace it.
Give me an int check, Nahia.
Tell you what, could I give a deception check instead? How much I could blag it for, as opposed to how much it's literally worth?
Yeah, I mean, you can try and sell something up that way above what it ought to be worth. You should probably know what it actually is worth, though, before you set
True.
your fake prices.
Sure. What's the iconography again?
This is, I believe, a dwarven fertility statue.
All right.
Yeah, ancient.
Just throw religion in
shit.
that one.
All right, so
Damn.
you have no problem convincing the Barnholts when you arrive at their estate that this is in fact a legitimate and original Venusian figure from the ancient dwarven heartland. They will gladly buy that for 100 pieces of gold and 10 platinum pieces as well, each of which is minted with a little Barnholt family crest.
Dang.
Oh. That is nice.
Nahia's
Well, yes.
mind will think that you just sold that for probably like 8 to 10 times what it's actually worth.
To be fair, though, this was presented to Mithras, and then its curve, the statue's itself's curves naturally grew a slight amount. Like, this is a god-approved statue. Totally worth every penny.
I should start trying to do some smithing work. My goodness.
100 GP and 10 PP.
Yep.
So 200 gold. My God.
Nahia is a merchant through and through.
Just, well, just give commission. I give Nahia 5 PP
Thank you.
as a commission fee.
I will happily accept. That is a very smart choice by the Barnholts. It's been smiled at by Mithras. He's gonna have so many grandbabies.
Yes, this will grace their son's mantle for years to come and surely bless his household with many, many children as soon as he gets out and gets a wife.
Hell yeah.
Look, like, you've had 80 years. Where's the fucking grandkids? Oh, man. Well, if he's a sort of like historian, researcher, it's more of a valid thing for him to not leave his fucking basement.
No, he just has social anxiety and doesn't want to get a job.
Oh.
Well, he can make money by, working from home.
Oh yes, the Barnholts will proudly tell you that their son has made a small fortune trading stocks on merchant caravans.
That's something nice.
Oh, yeah.
Fair. I remember those
I-
investments.
Yeah. It was good money for Frida. She's been just keep investing in that stuff.
Beard coin. Oh.
To be fair to Ethereum, it definitely sounds like a D&D currency.
Yes.
Kinda does,
They're
yeah.
mining Ethereum. Ah, yes. Man, it's great bullshittery. You know, Freedom must have been making a fair bit of chunk for 27. How long ago was the Moon Giants again?
Sorry, what?
20-something years ago.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
for more than 20 years, she's been investing in caravans and supplies for that.
Supports her freewheeling, nomadic bard lifestyle entirely on her own investments.
It's a fact that it's like, oh, it's not just like flash payouts, like high risk, high reward. No, it's just slow and steady being grown over the past 25 years. It's great.
So,
well,
what's the plan?
Don't worry, it's actually been reinvested into the orphanages and education.
You know,
That is
sounds
definitely,
like Rita.
yeah. Guess let's
Yeah,
go see
remember
ourselves
we
some
had
rangers
the-
and get ourselves a flying ship so that we can see Senatrea before the session ends.
Yeah.
All right,
Be
who's ready for
lovely.
some nostalgia?
Oh wow, this
Woo!
map.
Cool boy.
Damn.
Where the fuck do we need to go?
Even I.
I would
There we
assume
are.
it's Exodore Castle.
So Exodore is the Elven embassy. Halfway Fortress is the Rangers' big air base.
Yeah, we're off to halfway. Although, yeah, Passy wants to go to Exodore and see some kin, right?
Yeah, she's content to give up a meeting with Senatrea in order to not, divert you guys for days. Well, just go and say hi to her kin.
We could definitely
She's
stop
giving
by
up
on the
a
way.
chance.
Yeah, she could come by on the way home instead. We're in a rush to get there, but we're not in a rush to get home afterwards. We can do a spot down to Exodore on the way back.
If you guys are sure, I don't want to be a bother.
Yeah, that's fine.
A castle full
You're
of elves?
gonna
Oh
meet-
goodness.
You're gonna meet the mother of all gods.
Yes, but I also don't want to take a shot to the castle, so I was kind of hoping I could go alone. But
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know what it's supposed to mean, Miss. I have how many elf wives now?
I don't want to. I'm not looking to look. I'm not
You
going
weren't
to
looking
get any.
for the last 9 either, but you got him anyway.
You just got to stay sober on our trip to Exeter Castle. It's okay.
Like, sworn off the dragon
Just
grass.
Just whisper to Szooth, ready the dragon bush.
Don't
do that.
Don't you
That's
do
mean.
We hotbox the embassy.
Slowly pulling out just an entire bush from his backpack.
Yeah, it's not the first time that an elven embassy has been hotboxed. It probably won't be the last.
But it's gonna be the best.
Hashat, I don't think you understand what you're dealing with here. Let me try and explain what the royal family looks like here.
Oh, look, it's all of my older sisters.
I understand you have a lot of willpower, my love, but Elven Princess Arc Wizards. All of whom are single.
Don't
Now
say
you just-
that.
Now you just want to ensure that she goes there. Are you
sure?
kidding?
Are you sure you don't want me to go?
Are
You're making it rather enticing.
Yes, I'm trying to paint the picture why I don't want you to go, because if you do, you're going to end up banging at least one of them.
Come now, surely Tassie,
but
though,
yes.
your wife banging one of the elven princesses is quite the feather in your cap, too, as first elf.
No, I'm gonna get
You are,
upstaged
you
at
get to
that
be,
point.
you get to be top girl.
Oh, Tassie,
There
I've
is no
never
way I
had-
can be top girl over princess. That's not how that
Oh,
works.
Oh, Tassie,
That's
I
a
could never.
hierarchy
I could
works.
I could never. I could never do that to you. You are my first wife, and you are the best wife.
Oh, don't tell anyone else that.
See?
Hmm.
So, but
At
it's
least the best
okay to
wife thing.
understand that you're
I'm pretty sure
saying.
Cass is convinced he's the best wife.
I was going to say, are you sure Cassidy is not the best wife? He may be a man wife, but he is still a wife.
Well, at least we know that Tassie's saying that there are hot single elves, magic wizard elves in your area, looking for a good time.
Look, it's all right. We just make sure Szooth meets them first.
Oh, no, please, please. I do not know if I can handle
Yes.
having sons that are royalty.
I'm sorry. You had had sex with a goddess,
Yes, and I haven't had children with her.
dragons, and you have a child with the high priestess of the Mithran faith. Like
It's
the
the Mithrin,
literal.
it's the Mithrin
Yes.
faith. They're completely apolitical. They just want to help. The kobold, not meant to have power.
Why?
Every kobold is at their best when they know their place. I am a simple historian. I shouldn't be trying to command nation or, sorry, raising children that have to command nations.
So who said that you have to raise and you can teach them?
It
They
would be
can be learned by you.
as a historian, it will be irresponsible not to use my knowledge to help train up a future potential emperor. A queen? I don't even want to think about it. No, absolutely. It is off the table.
Well, given the fact that there are elves that will probably be on the table or bed
I'm sure I can
or
simply just
walls.
state that I am not open for relationship or sexual activities in that way, and everything will be fine.
Oh,
Ricardo, what's the
Szooth,
name
you
of the
sweet
dragon?
precious child.
Or maybe I could hide within ashes and not show my face.
You do know I know where the ejection button is, right?
Oh no. Please, Ursula. You must understand, I cannot have royal seed.
But you don't have seed. You make eggs.
That's a good point. I must be hanging around Hashat too much.
See? Problem solved.
The point is, I don't want to have royal children. It's too great a responsibility. One I'm not prepared for.
Szooth wants to just be a simple kobold.
How do you think I haven't aimed to become a dragon? Even as we are convincingly more and more proven that it can happen.
Well, you can ask the great mother dragon of everything about that.
We'll add it to the list of questions. Oh, actually, that is a good point. Besides, there's Tarnavak here. If any more royal figure that would be strapping and wanting for princesses, it would be him.
He, he already got the princess, duh.
All right.
Cassie will butt in. See, exactly. That's what makes him even more desirable. Once you have one princess, the others will practically flock to you.
Tell me, my friend, in all your times as a scholar, did you ever think you would face this problem?
No. No, for the first 9/10 of my life, the only places in the world that had princesses were enemy nations.
How the times have changed.
Oh no, so you're saying you're gonna be drowning in princesses soon?
Exactly.
That does
Maybe
that does explain why so many goddesses like Szooth.
it'll be the challenge like we've never faced before, Tarnavak.
That is great. Szooth, you climbed the ladder. High priestess, dragon, goddess. Now all the goddesses is gonna come after you.
I only hope Hashat can keep them
Do
busy.
you think they're talking around the god water cooler about how fun it is to fuck Szooth and confuse his party? Actually, no, I've
See?
said that out loud. That does actually sound exactly like what happens in like this god water cooler. Never mind.
There was that one time Mithras pulled that weird trick when you guys were making that shiny fancy sword.
True. But proudly,
So
Pat
that
helped.
makes
I'm not sure
so
what
that
she did,
makes
but I've never
think
felt so
about that.
drained before.
You got the divine hand job, so think about that, Szooth. You started with one goddess, now the rest are coming for you. You won't have you pats him, you won't have royal eggs to deal with. It's gonna be godly.
You're right. We should just kill him right now just to keep him safe from that.
No, you get away from my kobold.
No, you just have to
I-
spay or neuter your kobolds.
I would also
No.
posit that sending Szooth to the dream, where the gods have 24/7 direct access to him, would be the opposite of accomplishing that.
Yeah, you
would
also
just
don't
be
want
his
to see
soul.
every single god swollen up with a fucking them-sized egg like a kiwi.
I
Just be-
had planned to try to serve my time in the dream as a servant for them, as a apology for disobeying their, well, wills. They were rather diplomatic with me. I think it would be fair to pay back the favor. Just not in that way.
Ickies.
It was something I've planned to bring up much, much later. After all, we still have so many worldly duties to do.
Indeed, we got to present you to the big goddess dragon herself. And we shall raise you up high. And proudly. So let's see, if we get a carriage, that can speed us significantly.
About 114-ish miles,
So 2 days.
something like that.
Yeah. If we roll good, it's actually shorter than that. We can do 2 days. It's 144 miles.
Yeah, it's
So if
132
you roll good
miles by
enough.
the road. And yes, you can rent a carriage, or in fact, surreptitiously, a carriage will be ready for you at the city gates by the time you arrive.
Well,
Was Vanessa the third one? You can't just use that name. That's the OC.
That is, but you also, I think, actually referred to one of them as
No, that
Princess
was
Vanessa.
Verona.
Verona, fuck, my
There
brain,
is still a
sorry.
third sister whose name never came up, and I don't have written down anywhere, so she's just got a blank spot on the family register.
Oh,
But I'm pretty sure it's not Vanessa.
It would be a lot easier to remember considering it's the OC's name now.
I mean, yes, but also... But yes, if you want to get a carriage ready, you can speed along, but this is still quite a ways away. You'll need to make some travel rolls.
yeah.
I obviously need Princess Acacia for friendship, love, and beauty.
Isha.
Yeah.
Acacia or acacia?
Acacia is in the flower.
Okay.
Oh, I was thinking the tree.
Either works, both relevant.
Yeah, that's the tree there. It's cool.
Yeah, regardless.
It's a cool tree.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a nice name. It work.
Yes. It smells nice, especially when you work with it.
Yeah. That's right, it was Verona who made the milfiest cookies because Marissa wanted to fuck her. To which Coach was like, please don't fuck my sister. And then she just literally comes out with fresh baked cookies. I'm like, ah, fuck.
Want some nookie with your cookie?
Literally comes out wearing that, like, basically just an apron and all curves. Who could blame?
So about those travel rolls.
Yes.
Is it
I'm
necessary?
trying to remember.
How commonly traversed is this road by carriage if we're just loaning?
Unfortunately, travel rolls are necessary for a journey of this length, yes.
Okay, doke.
It's quite a way.
That shouldn't be a high DC either. Since it's a
I would hope it
pretty
isn't, but you
used
never
and secure
know.
road.
You never know.
Oh yeah, level fucking 1 bandit part. Like, stand and deliver. Like, son, you don't want to do this.
Yeah, if you roll really badly, you might just bump into some poor bandits who get murdered, and unfortunately, the loot you acquire is like 10 copper.
And we'd be
Terrible.
like, is this what you got? Just here, here's 10 gold. Go home. Just go
Ignore the
home.
guidance.
Attempt.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the first
The
time we played a
pity.
party that has, like,
Some-
literally pity paid off bandits and told them to go get fucking jobs.
Okay, so
14, 21.
And yeah, we need to check out a Szooth.
Oh yeah, stealth.
wow, you rolled like piss. What the fuck happened?
14 isn't the
Oh, one
worst. I rolled a
single
fucking
digit.
9.
Ah,
We're fine. We should be fine at least.
Indeed, you are fine. It is a simple matter to get along the road. pass by a lovely villa ways off the road on a hillside and through a small walled town with a large windmill outside, and then through a somewhat forested section of road, and then arrive at a tremendously tall circular tower surrounded by a fortified village. There are indeed several airships docked here, all prides of the Arunan fleet. And once you produce your documents, you will be allowed to board one such craft. But first, Nahia, you get a sending on the way.
Okay.
Paste that in.
Ah. Uh-oh.
Took a long time to massage that down on one sending. And yes, once you produce your script from the High Temple, you'll be led up to one of the airships docked here, the Liberty's Hammer, and it will depart for the Holy City. Which, in hindsight, I
will
should probably
just
change the name here from the Lost City to the Holy City. There we go. Much better.
Ursula will find the center mast and just lay flat the fuck down and hold on to it.
Sarah's will squat next to you. Oh, are you okay, Ursula? Do you need anything?
I need ground. I don't get seasick. That's not the problem. It's the fact that we're high up.
Well, yeah, I understand, but there's nothing to be afraid of. If something happened to the boat, I'd catch you.
Just looks like, can you even lift me?
I would offer to prove that I can, but I don't think you want me to at the moment.
Falls off, just swoops into grab her and you just need that cartoon, just grab and continue downwards.
Saris does have a mighty 18 strength. Okay, however,
Oh,
Ursula.
like Ursula.
Continuing the trend for Saris. As soon as Ursula exerts any pressure on her, she's just flattened onto the deck.
It's because Ursula's been nervously sweating the entire time. She's just not used to this glistening bear. But with a one, you totally stub her toe or something.
Yeah, she ends up with a bloodied nose from just face planting on the deck. Oh, okay. Point made. Medic.
Compared to when we were traveling on water ships, I'm much less afraid of falling off of this.
Yeah, Vorin is laughing hysterically. And Tassiel pat a shot on the butt. See? Everything's turning up a shot.
Yeah, if you fall off, all you need to do is just before you hit the ground, just go into the earth and come back out.
Exactly. I would just fall through the ground and then I would climb back up.
Yeah.
I'd get
That's
maybe I'd get
flat.
spat, or rather, I'd probably get spat back out. I would be none the worse for wear, regardless.
Yeah, I would be like an egg on a
Yeah,
rock.
yeah.
Hey, Nahia, make an intelligence check for me, if you would. I
Oh,
think you're the only
just
one
a
who
check.
might. Yeah, raw dog ability check. DC 10.
11.
Excellent.
And with guidance, if necessary, could chuck it up to a.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah.
No, it couldn't. So yeah, as the airship is steadily plodding along towards the Holy City, you glance over the side of the ship and notice a quaint little village tucked in beneath the forest canopy in a river, and clicks to you. Oh, that's where Cleona's from.
Aw. I am going to hook my legs like under the rails so that I can prop myself up on the guardrail itself without, taking a tumble. Pull out a book and try my best to draw it from above. And nail it.
Holy shit.
Oh, yoink off a 4. I rolled save instead of just check.
Still, that's quite a decent attempt.
Yeah.
We're gonna look at you turning into a guidance bot.
I know, right? So weird having guidance. And I think this is actually the first time I've ever had guidance on a character of my own. I've played like marshals and Crusher never had anything like that.
So while you are busily drawing what is below, the rest of the party's attention is caught by what is above, for the airship is hardly the only thing flying around the Holy City. There are perhaps a score of blue and white scaled dragons swooping around in a air patrol around the city as it comes into view. And what a city it is. Tremendous chunk of earth suspended high in the clouds by the sheer force of the goddess's magic. Some source of water inside allows it to rain down upon the surrounding countryside in great waterfalls and creates a beautiful, fleshed, verdant garden that runs throughout the whole of the city. The airship docks with a protruding bridge that goes seemingly to nowhere. It's down a gangplank, and you are let out. Sarah's
It's just gonna crawl on our fucking hands and knees.
Bathroom. What?
I will offer Ursula a steady hand. Would you like to hold my hand?
Don't drop the plank. Okay. God, why are we so high up? Why is everything so high up?
Because dragons have wings.
Yep.
Just having something doesn't mean you have to use it at every opportunity.
I would say you do. Look at this place. It's stunning.
What better way to make a city unassailable than to make it so almost no one can even reach it?
And it definitely sets up the appropriate aspect of awe.
Okay. I'm on the stone.
Indeed.
This is mightily impressive.
Zaris?
Huh? What? Yeah.
Think you could lead the way for us?
Yeah, I guess. It's acting like I've ever been here.
Oh, regardless of whether you have, you're the one with the authority.
Sure. Right. I'm a princess. I can lead. A little.
Indeed. And if anyone questions you, you can turn into Mini Senatrea and send them all scampering like dumb little idiots.
Ceres will puff up her chest, straighten out her shoulders, and march towards the gates. The titanic slabs of metal shudder and slowly begin to open as your party approaches. And you are greeted by what at first might pass as an elf, were it not for her residium blue flesh and the glowing crescent surrounding her forehead like a halo. She strides out, hands clasped behind her back, heavy armor rattling. He examines a lot of you for a moment, lips drawn tight. And what are you then? Princess's honor guard, I take it?
Those
not
who
do.
found her and that were able to restore her to being able to walk and talk and not just sleep.
Well, come then, don't stand gormlessly. Announce yourselves. Who approaches the Dragon's Causeway?
Nahia, Losstaker, the Morrigan.
I am Hashat Ignaskala.
Sir Tarnavak of House Dracul.
Lady Ursula.
Szooth.
I'm Szooth.
Continue.
Soup is purposely trying to be quiet.
And I'm Tassinora Ignaskala. Hi. Blue elf looks upon the lot of you, nods slowly. So you are, and so it shall be. Those who walk with Our Lady's blood are welcome here. Stride into the Holy City, and be at awe at all the gods have accomplished. Steps aside, sweeps a hand in as the gate finally finishes opening all the way, and inside you see a column of perhaps 100 of those robed lizard folk, all with their blades of light standing at attention, crossing them overhead. Ceres gulps audibly.
You can do
Still
it,
a little
Ceres.
much.
Don't, we're here for you.
Indeed.
You get it, Ceres?
God, just hearing about the causeway, all I can think of is my old Duel of Fates.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah, we were nail biting that shit.
Ceres will take a deep breath and begin walking into the gates.
Oh, probably as we go past the guard, I'll ask, oh, do you have a name by which to be called? If it's not impolite to ask.
I am Altaia, captain of the guard.
A pleasure.
She gives you a slight nod. Indeed it is. So you cross beneath the blades of 100 lizard folk knights.
You know, I
And
could just drop off.
Wait, what about the shot?
it's right there.
What? She's right at you.
No,
You
I
know-
mean, we can cross under the blaze of 100 knights, but what about
Yeah,
the
they
shot?
they will
Like,
uncross them so
fuck
as
it,
not to just chop off the shot's head.
You know, I
Okay,
could
so
just
we'll see.
You know, I could just jump off the side of this bridge. Gravity says I could survive terminal velocity.
Why would you want to, though?
Because I'm not sure I could avoid beating the Elfin Queens.
Oh, wait, sorry, wrong map. But
The dragon goddess, you mean?
sorry, wrong place. I thought we were going to the elves because I saw the old map.
No. Dragons.
No, we are.
We have Dargans. Never mind.
Yeah, there's no way you could miss Senatray. She'd be so sad if you decided to excellent instead.
I just saw. I had my thing zoomed all the way in, so I just saw like a light Elytra, and then I moved over and I was like, "Huh, the Dragon's Causeway. That's weird." And then I look over and see Senatray. I'm like, "Oh fuck, I'm just dumb."
It's okay.
So, Ceres will lead you a few paces on towards a tremendous garden, the size of a small forest and equally as verdant. There are more of these blue-skinned elves here, what those scholarly among you recognize as Assyrians. Perhaps 40 or 50 lounge about, enjoying the small lake and the myriad fruit trees. Several approach you with baskets full of ripe fruits, apples, oranges, pears, bananas.
But the hell is all
Bro-
this?
Probably rare that I've had a banana. I will gladly accept a banana.
I will take some fruit and give him a ring.
I shall offer in return a cookie.
They will politely decline. They will insist they have all the bounty the goddess need provide.
If you insist.
Ceres will gently brush your arm and say, "Giving and taking of food is big in their culture."
I see. Very well. Would that I had drawn more pictures. I might have offered something like that instead then. But I
Oh,
Just
look
looks
at
at
that.
the
lack of
banana.
extra gifts.
Ceres forges ahead through the forest, pointing upwards at a tremendous building about the size of the Triarch's entire manor up on one of the hillsides. That must be the Grand Archives. God, it's
Is that
huge.
one of your mothers?
Senatrea's, her entire library.
Dang.
Oh,
If you thought the
That's a lot of
orrery was
books.
impressive, that's got to be something else.
I can't afford to let you three dorks, sorry, in there, or we'll lose you forever.
You just might.
you can put them on leeches.
We may have to.
Yeah, we had leash Saris, Tarn, and Szooth so they can't run into the font of all knowledge.
What? Ruin the fun?
Good point. I like that Szooth is forever interested in knowledge, but also wise enough not to cheat. He doesn't need Game Shark for his experience.
It just looks at the bananas and asks, like, is this like an apple that you like eat the peel too, or
Oh, peel off.
crunch?
Oh, that's very bitter. Oh, oh no. I can
Emotions are like,
I see you eat Zoof style.
yeah,
Oh,
like,
Oh my.
eyes that say I've made a mistake, but a mouth that says
It does the whole, like, don't want to spit, but there's something good in this. I'm trying to.
Try
Okay,
to unwrap that with your tongue.
you can.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like it just says that you with a mouthful, like, don't eat the peel. Peel is not good. The peel is very bad.
Yes, I'm sorry for not warning you in time. It's been a long time since I've seen the banana.
I never seen one.
A far off export for sure.
Just pulls out the peel from my mouth. It's tasty in the middle at least.
Indeed, delicious in the middle. I've not had
Only
since I
eat
was a
the
child.
middle part.
Yes, I had them frozen as a child. They're delicious. It would crunch, then turn to slush.
Well, at least you can learn from my mistake. You peeled this once.
Indeed.
So, you finally make it through the gardens and to the shadow of the cathedral, a structure easily as tall as the airship dock was back on terra firma, its entire front dominated by a single pane of stained glass depicting the goddess Senatrea looming over a horde of frost giants, breathing her destructive breath down upon them. Rather than more lizard folk knights on the steps, the folk you see here guarding the way are all dressed in silvery white plate armor with great frog-shaped helms and great swords of cold iron planted on the ground. Each of them bears the heraldry of Lyris on their breast.
Salute them politely.
Cassie will gasp. That's a lot of dragons.
It is. By and large, though, the Laurasians are wonderful.
Yeah, I know, but still, never seen so many at once. Even on Lyris.
Fair.
The doors to the temple open, slowly pushed by a handful more Sirens, and a woman will stride out. This one with a long mane of hair pulled back into a thick braid down her shoulders, wearing plate armor, this time as blue as her skin, and she carries a staff with a dragon wrapped around its head. Greetings, princess, heir to the throne, and her honored champions. I'm Kuaya, high priestess of Senatrea. Be you welcome ever in our city.
Thank you, Lady Koaya. It is a pleasure.
Yeah,
Wait a second. I need to see what just happened upstairs.
Your city is beautiful,
What?
and your people are very kind.
Your fruits tasty when you know how to eat them.
I feel like I should summon Mori for this.
are you saying that out loud or just thinking?
Yeah.
Kuaya will put up a hand. There is no need. Your goddess awaits within. As
Oh,
does ours.
wonderful.
Please, follow me. She is
It's good.
expecting you.
It would have been awkward to summon her mid-conversation.
I'd recommend if you're highly zoomed in, you zoom out of it for this map. It's a biggin.
It's a bacon. For a bacon wagon.
Quia leads you into the temple, its great marble floors clicking and clacking under your heavy armors. You see more dragons and Assyrians inside. A pair of armored knights greet you once you've passed the entranceways. Their great helms incline ever so slightly in acknowledgement. Quia ascends the stairs and waves. Come, the throne room awaits.
After you, Cyrus.
Yeah, of course. Already, you can begin to see the titanic form of the Residium dragon, her gold and azure scales glistening in the light of the temple. Wyatt stops at the doors, plants her staff. I present for the goddess's pleasure her granddaughter, Saris Iroka, and her honor guard, Tarnavak of House Dracul, Nahia Losstaker, Tassinora Ignaskala and Hashat Ignaskala, the Lady Ursula of Evarra, and simply Szooth.
Szooth waves rapidly.
She steps aside and extends a hand, waving you in. Saris
A
gulps
soft thanks to
mightily.
Kuaya. So step by.
Oh, Castanex as a kid.
Oh,
Little baby drago.
oh, look, there's Morgan and Kanara.
Yeah.
Right, let me turn on
Better
her pro tip.
character. Hey, DCL. Szooth shag over there.
Oh, right.
Indeed, as you glance over towards a raised platform, you can see Morgan standing at attention, smiling
you
at the
said-
lot of you, and Kanara as well.
I thought you said Zeus chat, and I was like, what? The Squarebolt's here?
I didn't know you had fucked them.
Szooth's old shit.
Oh. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Zeus was a girl for a time.
I mean, that's up to you, really.
I don't think that happened though. I think the Squarebolt is too aggressive.
Too wide, that showed. It's as cuboid as him.
That bolt is
Yeah,
not
but
meant.
like I said, everything about him is square. It's just a square peg, round hole.
Yeah, you know, Zeus is resisting the urge to run up and hug Sinatrea, but proper decorum, and also looks like there might be a meeting.
Well, the meeting is indeed with you. The Titanic dragon slowly lifts her head from where she had been conversing with Morgan and Kanara, and shifts her great body to face the lot of you. She is easily the largest single thing any of you have ever seen, sprawling out vastly across this great chamber. But even for a goddess, the tip of her tail begins twitching ever so slightly, betraying her pleasure at the sight of you. Saris will step out from the shadow of the pillar, finally, nervously. Hello, grandmother. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Senatrea's great lips curl into a smile, and her form descends down, head just inches from Ceres's. And you hear in Draconic, "No, my child, the pleasure is all mine. To hear that I had a granddaughter I had never met, and lost to the world. What a heartbreak that was. But now you are restored to me. Would that your mother were here to see it."
Oh,
She will turn to the rest of you and, switching to common, say, "And I understand I have you all to thank for that."
Yeah, what?
All right, the Time Temple.
Indeed, Your Eminence. We were fortunate enough to find the princess and find how to restore her.
I believe the
in
word I would
another.
use is skilled. Skilled, persistent, courageous. The very nature of heroism. There is no need to be humble in these halls. You have all done more than one god a service throughout your lives.
It does feel like a humble brag, but we literally did redeem like Super Hitler, so you know.
Kind of up there. Pretty cool. Yeah, we're pretty sweet. Oh, if only
Like
we
all I'm
could have
saying
done
is
the
anybody
same.
deserves the title of heroes. I find it hard on a character to deny. Yeah,
We're kind of awesome. If only we could have done the same for Tiamat herself. What time we spent with her was lovely, if short.
Indeed. Truly now my greatest regret is that my centuries-long plans had not accounted that my beloved daughter might perish before I awoke.
Oh, Tiamat.
But dear Tiamat left a treasure far more valuable than any hoard even I might have. She reaches a clawed digit down and cups Ceres's cheek. Ah, you are a lovely thing, aren't you? Come, please, all of you. Be welcome in my hall. Stand at ease. You are among friends. From the alcove, several servants will appear bearing trays of tea, coffee, snacks.
Give Saris's shoulder a squeeze and walk around to see. Oh, there's Mari.
She will take wing down to you, give you a hug.
Hmm. Oh, speaking of hugs, there is one last thing, of course, to pass on from Tiamat, although I do not know how to go about that.
Dragon inclines her head. Oh,
Uh, Gestures like open armed as though to hug, but she is beyond massive.
that is my Tiamat. A moment that is a gift I shall not pass up. And there is a moment's ripple in the air, and the great dragon becomes as a rush of wind heading towards a magic circle over in the east side. It flashes with light, and a human form, slightly taller than Hashat herself, will appear.
You picked Red Eye for her human form?
That was the token that Senatrea always had for her humanoid form. You,
This is what she had in last campaign too.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the
I
same
didn't
token.
remember this. Oh my god.
Fucking
I
brain stealing it.
completely forgot.
You made her smaller, Savin.
Yes, indeed, she was huge-sized. It turns out being a huge-sized humanoid is not particularly conducive to doing anything, like boning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not.
So yes, she has
Nervous
Just
blue
imagine
crasher
it.
noises.
she has become as
I just-
merely large.
It'd be hilarious. It's like this massive form just emptied out in space and magically starts to transform over here. Air rushes in and everyone is just sucked.
Yeah, our whole
towards
party
the
just
vacuum.
tumbles into the fucking middle.
It's just a vacuum.
Roll a
Did we
strength check. Dexterity checks, people.
I actually can't see anything right now. Roll 20's not loading for me.
Uh,
My graphics
Oh.
card is. Oh, there we
Oh
go.
no.
yeah, you're
Is
Your
it just
token?
because it's dark here without Sinatrea being a giant-sized torch?
Yes.
No.
That is true, actually. Hold on.
My graphics card was like screaming for some reason.
Uh-oh.
What are you playing? Battlefield 2042?
I have nothing going. I've just been pacing this entire time.
Wait, you're not Kinathis.
I don't do that anymore. I don't have a wireless headset.
I was going to say you're not DMing. That's why you can't pace.
No,
Yes.
the only reason he can't pace is because he doesn't have a wireless headset. He is
Yeah.
forced.
I'm
Forced to
forced.
say.
I'm shackled to this
Shackled.
chair.
Shackled.
Oh.
All you can do is fidget and fiddle.
But yes, the goddess's humanoid form sways lankily around the corners. She wears a mane of flowing red hair and golden armor embossed with crimson gems and streaks of blue.
Okay, even as the person who's normally salty about dragon human forms, it's pretty great art.
Indeed.
Oh, it's fantastic.
She reaches out and scoops up a little wormling dragon off the shoulder of a horned man standing by the side who gives her a nod.
Baby.
Yeah, she just wraps this little wormling around her neck like a throw. Approaches the
No.
group. Well, come here then. Let's have it.
Neat. I shall sink in and pass on Tiamat's big hug.
You are
Mm,
picked up and held by Great Mommy Dragon. You get a contact high from the Residium. Your head swims. Your fingertips crackle with power. But you contain yourself till you are sat down and a pat is placed upon your head. Now, my daughter's hug, now one for my granddaughter. Waves a claw over, and Saris will, still a bit nervously, step over and embrace Sinatrea. That's my girl. You have that same chill as your mother, but a warmth too. Ah, you really are like me, you know. Saris murmurs
now that I-
wordlessly. Till she is finally released and allowed to step back.
Now that I've waited for the proper dragon hierarchy, Szooth will finally step forward and give hug.
Yes, Sinatrea will pick you up in both hands. She will rub your snoot between a couple claws.
Look, the mental image is too adorable. I can't resist.
And there's the world's smallest little scholar. Just as cute in real life as in the dream. As you are being held, Szooth, the tiny dragonlet, will crawl out down one of Sinatrea's arms and bap your nose.
Hello there, little one.
Szooth will pull out a treat for the little dragonling.
Careful, my goddaughter will snap your whole hand off if you let her.
Oh, I'll make sure to feed her very carefully.
No, dude, you're a kobold. You're prepared for this shit. You get out those little fucking extender grippy hands. and
What do you
just-
mean? I come with that as a class feature.
Exactly.
The royal feeding wings. Yeah.
Surely, though, no, a kobold's a terrible idea for trying to feed a baby dragon who don't know no better. That's like dinner holding dinner.
I
Yeah,
mean, being a kobold is just being dinner, walking around constantly.
exactly. Yeah, and indeed, Szooth, by the time Senator has issued her warning, you're missing 2 of your little claw tips. The little dragonlet crunches noisily.
Thank you for the reflexes Mother blessed me with.
Yes, indeed. Come, Cassandra, back to your father. The dragonlet will be gently thrown and take wing, flapping back onto Pasternak's shoulder. Oh, careful with that talk, Hobgoblin, or else we might end up in a group hug, and there's no escaping that once it starts. It's all a cuddle pile from there.
Not that I could survive a second dosage, but I will thank you.
Is that supposed to be making me not want it? Because it's not working, I'm afraid.
It is simply a
You're in.
statement of fact.
Let's swap places with Tarn. If I have to bodily lift him and place him down where I was standing, I goddamn will. Plunk, donk.
Alright. Szooth is planted between Dragon Titties, and Saris and Tarn both get a hug at the same time, one in either arm.
He knows this position
Which...
very well.
Yeah, exactly. It is Szooth's natural place in the world.
He has been training for this.
He actually unironically has.
He just slides in and naturally molds into that perfect spot there, so she doesn't feel uncomfortable, doesn't feel pressure, just a warm, friendly kobold shape there.
Yep. So, not that I've been prying, but something tells me you'll be part of the family before too long, Lord Dracul.
Just very blushy and gulpy, then.
Yeah, Saris turns into a tomato.
Nahia is too stoned and will merely nod sagely. Ha! To Matt.
Oh, don't be shy, Lord Dracul.
I can only confess that my hopes do lay in that direction.
I had thought as much. Little Saris, you will soon learn that there are benefits to being direct when you are an all-powerful dragon. Saris's hair is ruffled furiously. The only real question is, shall she have a horde or not? Time will tell.
Nervous, staring over shoulder.
Even Mori has to giggle at that. Now then. Slip between the two of you, releasing you from her arms. Szooth is, of course, carried along in eavage. The rest of you group that slew Vulcanus himself and claimed his keep and his name, and the dwarf that brought low that rapscallion who claimed the title of Poison Prince. If I didn't know you all a little better, I'd be downright frightened to have such godslayers amongst me. But I know full well those you slew deserved it, though. That opinion is not necessarily shared by the whole of my children. And especially you,
Oh.
Cow. You have been poking your nose where it does not belong.
Oh,
Um, I suppose.
As if getting slapped around by Bellaria wasn't enough. I wonder what your next move will be.
My next move is I do intend to try and find my ancestor.
Do you now? And what do you hope to gain? Have you not learned that those who wish to be left alone should be left well enough alone? Or do you fear she may be as my dear Sarah's here, trapped and bereaved and unable to help herself?
I'm not sure what the visions I've been getting mean.
Well, I look
Oh,
forward to
I'm not sure
finding
if she's
out
trapped
what
or not.
you decide to do with them. A kobold is placed upon your horns.
I know it's not much, but I'm sorry.
Sorry, what do you have to apologize to me for, Hashat?
For Vulcanus.
Please, you're not the one who drove him mad.
Still,
Unfortunately, the reality is that though they may be my children, there comes a time when they can no longer be left to live for their own sake. I've outlived plenty before, and it seems the fates have in store that I shall again.
it's been one of my greatest regrets. Though there wasn't really anything else we could do.
No, there was not, save run screaming to the hills and abandon the valley, and all those innocent people that would surely have perished. What was that I said a few moments ago about the stuff of heroes?
I was hoping he would have some kind of scheme or something that would let him come back, much like that DeHague did.
Not all of us have such foresight as DeHague and I have. Indeed, it seems Talion, poor soul. But let us not dwell on the dead overmuch. I'd like to make me melancholy, and then I will be the one who needs a hug.
Another one of those is still an offer if I sober up.
Careful, I've been told to magic users I have an addictive presence.
Nahia runs a tongue over her teeth. Maybe?
Just parkers up and gets the Kobold, holds up emotional support. Kobold.
Oh yes, I'm aware of his supportive abilities, though alas, I'm afraid in that regard I am quite unavailable.
Just looks slightly confused.
Saris will also blink. Wait, do you mean to say... Trey will just smile. I'm an old soul, but even I need love now and then.
Wait,
Oh,
She's
no,
married.
oh yeah, okay, so I did read that right.
no, I mean, like emotional support. Kobold, not sex.
Yes,
Look,
just like
his
he's
friend.
given Kanara emotional support and that upstart Drake on the islands.
Physical healing is a part of the process.
Yes, well,
Okay,
I
fuck
prefer
my
my
wife.
emotional support to come from cute wagging little puppies these days.
Scaly puppy.
I was like, does Zoop need to look at the mirror again?
It just still holds up Scaly puppy.
I think I'm unfamiliar with a wacky puppy.
Yes, I imagine you are, and you shall remain so.
Fair.
Alas, being attached to me is not terribly great for one's privacy. I apologize in advance, Saris. You're going to have a busy life. That's fine. I had the princess treatment already with Mom and Dad. That's right, that's right. The Worm of World's End, the King of the Dragons. I do wonder how your mother let her title pass to her husband. But I suppose...
That's it. She was a sub.
Yeah, how do you think she got in all that slave gear in the first place?
Yeah, fair.
Sinatrea will just shrug. The heart wills what it wills. So, beyond bringing my dear, cute little granddaughter to me, is there something that you would request of the goddess of magic in recompense for saving her bloodline from extinction? And no, you're not allowed to pass off hugs as payment. That simply won't do. I give those for free.
Oh, can you make 2 dragons?
She just said she was taken. Oh, you mean Tarn, right.
No, I said 2 dragons. Because Tarnavak is his. Yes, because he's...
Yeah, I was making a pregnancy joke.
Oh,
Mm.
and then holds up Szooth.
Thinking.
Why, the up-jumped little mortals think they should become as gods. How fascinating.
No, it's... Well, because he got, like, magic crown, dragon crown from you. And he holds up the Szooth because he is wise, humble, understanding, like,
None of those are traits of a dragon. We are proud and arrogant and wrathful.
enlightened.
I'm
Well,
not
certainly
trying to
not
become a
that.
I'm not trying to become a dragon or a god. If anything, I think my ideal time in the afterlife would be spent being a sort of dream civil servant.
Ah,
What,
yes, the
Szooth?
celestial bureaucracy. We tried that
Szooth,
once. It was fascinating.
Dream police.
Well,
Huh?
that's
I just want to do anything that would help.
just want Sooth to be the best that he can be. And like he's been the best at absolutely everything.
My dear Ursula, would you like a piece of advice? Or perhaps I should say an insight into the way the world works. Becoming a dragon is not the path to being the best at anything. It's the path to becoming very old and very bitter and very, very lonely. And your little friend here, if he wants to be the best at anything, much less everything, is well on his way already. He is quite something special indeed. I would not ruin him by making him as I am.
Well, you're happy.
Am I? I've spent the last several thousand years dead. Then, do you know what
Well,
happened? When I stopped being dead, when I finally ended the eternal nightmare of being cannibalized by frost giants. You know what? The most fascinating thing. Senator will lean down conspiratorially and whisper, I became a goat.
okay.
What?
She nods sagely, smiling. That is the secret to eternal life, my friends, to immortality beyond reckoning. Become a
Be
goat.
goat.
I now have so many historical records I have to look over now.
Come as goat.
There are so many new events I have to cross-reference.
You have to go searching through history for sightings of goats.
I'm going to spend my inspiration for this role.
But do
What are
what?
you rolling for?
A 15.
For what?
I remember Goat.
Which goat, Ursula?
Well, I remember a small goat, but Senator doesn't look like that. But she was um she was party group, right? She had friends like the chosen of the gods, right?
Yes, the notoriously goat chosen of the gods.
Yes. But her friends. She wasn't alone, right? That's Grander. That was her name, Mauricio.
Yes.
Yes, as I said, the notoriously goat chosen of the gods.
Yeah, but that was one of the ghosts. There were two ghosts. It was Rita and Mauricio.
Yes.
And Mauricio would have like the magic power to actually maybe fit the god.
Maybe.
Well, she's a powerful magician.
While that is
Source.
true, she's
Is
also
that also?
still around, and I don't think you. I don't think sharing a body with a divine soul. I mean, we saw what it was almost doing to Rajan with, well, what it was doing to Rajan with just Saracen there.
Oh, that is true. And, well, she would be, if she was in there, would be very, no room at all.
Yes.
Yeah. But wait, she said she became a god, so was she like, wait, were you born as her?
Senator just smiles. If you're expecting me to elucidate on my mysterious proclamation, you're sorely mistaken.
Cryptic. They don't. If they make a cryptic remark, they don't just tell. They're not going to tell you what the actual answer was. They never
Prerogative
do.
of the gods, I'm allowed to have a few mysteries. Perhaps I was simply a mere farm goat, reborn in an endless cycle of souls.
Yeah. Presumption I'm going to go with is that you were one of Queen Skeza's beloveds and Mauriciel's parent.
She spreads her hands. I shall confirm nor deny nothing. Now, there was talk of a second dragon.
Yes, I would request that for myself. It is.
And what do you think you'll gain out of becoming a dragon?
Time and the influence to have my people listen to me a little more. A chance to be strong enough to make them listen, whether it is through force or words, and time, life long enough to help remind them of the path, remind them of why it's worth going down when they end up slipping a little. Because they will, inevitably, try to find the nice, easy way, or just stop thinking it's worth doing because it's so difficult. As a dragon, I could be there to remind them to whenever they need someone, to make sure that there is someone there, someone who loves the Hobgoblin people, who's willing to push back. And my mortal life, I don't think I can push them enough that they'll be doing that by themselves.
You know, to hear you say that, it's almost sad, really. And the people need something higher than themselves, something greater than one of their own to lead them. Do you truly think that's the case, that your people need a, if not a god, then the next best thing? Is Agaresh not enough?
No, he isn't. You have so many children and grandchildren, so many good gods, and he's the only one they listen to at all. And that isn't good for a people to just only listen to one voice. They need someone who, not necessarily a god, but someone who can stand there and match Agaresh point for point until they learn to start listening to all of the others as well. When that's done, I'd like to just be able to retire and teach a little, maybe go into farming. Apparently, another version of me is already just a dragon grass farmer. Sounds nice in the end, but this will be the work of more than one lifetime to make a hobgoblin to make it so that they can be trusted without someone just watching over their shoulder all the time.
Well spoken indeed. You have a gift for oration, Tarnavak Dracul. Gift indeed. Well, I shall consider your request, but know this. The power you seek does not come without its price. Even I cannot subvert that truth, that cosmic point of fact, without undoing a great deal of what I have striven to accomplish in this world. But it can be done. So, rooms shall be prepared for all of you for the night, as I think upon how best we shall proceed. And besides, little Saris and I have much to discuss. Seems once more my realm has a true-blooded heir. Saris will glance up. What exactly do you mean, your realm? The city? No, my darling. I mean the world. All the cosmos in its grand creation. Someday, perhaps, if I am slain again, this will all be yours. Sinatrea will spread her hands, first outwards and then upwards, and it draws your attention to the sky where for the first time you notice that the ceiling is a great dome etched with countless patterns of constellations. And though the day was young when you entered, it seems night has now fallen. You can see the glistening stars high above. All of creation is in our hands, Saris. You have much to learn if you are to be my heir. Take up a mantle of this great responsibility. Come. Let us speak and give your friends time to rest. Yes, grandmother. Oh, don't be so formal, darling. Sinatreya or Sen, please.
Oh, and there was this knight that wasn't the right color.
Yeah, Bendro.
Sinatreya will stop mid-stride, turn slowly. I'm sorry.
Like, there was a dragon knight that was, well, to me, wrong blue, but a little murder happy, wasn't he? Can you, like,
Yeah.
Yes, a very aggressive Laurasian knight.
And what about him?
Well, we'd rather not. We were hoping you would use your authority to call him off.
Call him off from what? The search for my granddaughter? Why, she seems to be found.
It's not. That's not what he's looking for. He's taken upon himself to go on a personal crusade and
My
kill
dear, you
everyone.
have the wrong impression of Sir Calbert. He's here in this very city. In fact, he'd be in this audience chamber now if I had not forbade him. You and your loved ones are not the threat that Calvert seeks. Or rather, I should say, you, Hashat, and your loved ones. However, there is one amongst you who he certainly will want a challenge for. In my haste, I had made a promise to the knight that should find Saris.
oh,
Oh.
oh,
Treya grins mischievously.
well,
Congratulations there, Tarnavak.
hey, good job, Todd. Thumbs up.
Of course, as you are not a knight of my court, and I had not sent you on that quest, I'm sure Sir Calbert will want to avenge his honor and claim Saris's hand. I would rest well this evening, Tarnavak. You will have your hands full tomorrow.
Excuse me a moment. I'm just gonna go over in this corner and do absolutely nothing.
I think I need to scream in the corner.
I see.
Oh. Surely he doesn't actually. I feel like even if he won, he'd be in for a particularly rude awakening.
Oh, do tell.
Well, Saris is quite smitten with time. And they suspect that someone as strong-willed as she secretly is would tell him which direction on the compass he should go and fuck himself in. Language notwithstanding.
My dear, you seem to be under the mistaken impression Saris would have a choice in the matter. You see Saris's ears tighten against her scalp. Eep.
She'd kick his ass.
Oh yes, I have no doubt. Now, that would be a very interesting chain of events, and I look forward to seeing how it plays out.
Oh, that's just cruel. Good luck, Tarn.
Uh,
If you want, I can tag in as well, but it's much more funny if it's you.
Thank you for the advance warning.
Darn it!
Shot starts casting a spell, and Senatria just snaps her tail against the stone, and it disrupts itself.
She pouts.
Naughty girl, casting spells in the goddess of magic's presence without her express consent.
Just looks over at Hashat, like, really?
I was just going to. I was just gonna give Siggy the good news. That's all.
Hmm.
Wait,
Doubles.
she hasn't?
No.
No.
What?
When we got involved in this whole nonsense, Siggy's still been on the island. Like that. Tarn's in for a whole
Someone-
absolute shit fest. At the very least, Nahia's met Sarah, so I'm good. I can get away with that.
Well, I suppose it was a good thing you stopped me then, 'cause I completely forgot that part. Then
Yeah, you would have really fucking beans her over.
I really would have. I could have sworn she knew. Or maybe we just talked about how she would probably be okay, approve of it.
Yeah.
That's probably what we did. We just talked about that.
You know what would be really useful in this fight? It's like, Thorn just goes like, you know what? Let me just get out my good sauce. Pulls out the fucking Dragon Slayer, the Holy Avenger.
If you had it, that would be pretty fucking. That would be a pretty major power move.
Just
God, that would be
really.
really alpha.
Am I able to actually use its Dragon Slayer bits? I
No,
forget
it's
which
just
bits
an
are
al-
locked behind achievement.
No, it's just because it's a fucking alpha move.
It does style pretty hard on a dragon to bring the fucking Dragon Slayer to the duel.
And actually, yeah, you don't need to be a paladin to use the Dragon Slaying
Sick.
ability.
Sick.
It's just the laser beams from God.
Laser beams.
Boom.
Senatria has a mischievous smirk on her lips as she turns to the lot of you. Like I said, rooms will be provided, all the luxuries of the goddess's palace made available to you and cater to your every whim, but indeed, I have a feeling come morning a very angry knight will finally be let into the palace, and we will see what happens. But for now, come along, Ceres, my dear.
Don't forget to ask what your granddaughter's dragon form looks like. It's very impressive.
Please, dear, I already know.
Isn't
And
it so adorable?
I am very impressed, and I cannot wait to squidge her cheeks. Indeed, Ceres is scooped up under an arm and just carried off at this point, as is the little wormling. And Senatria departs through a set of stairs into another room.
Oh, Hashat, you have to try hugging Senatria. I am stoned.
I didn't. I mean, considering, I just didn't really feel like it was appropriate to me.
Morgan will wing down. Yes, that was remarkably more affectionate than I would have expected from the imperious goddess of dragons.
Oh wait, shit! No, I know why Szooth can have sex with Sinistrea. Actually,
What?
it's because he's the only creature here who could have sex without dying from the sheer pleasure of it. Because he's
Oh,
immune to
you've been
Residium.
trained for this moment.
No, he's just immune to Residium, or at least if it's like a toxic effect, it wouldn't work because of monk shenanigans.
Monk shenanigans.
Oh, so you're saying you can't OD mid-coitus?
Yeah, because the drug doesn't even take effect.
Fair.
He doesn't
Look,
get the bonus.
Crasher found a way. Well, she is very blue now, but she found a way. Again, I still definitely need to get out of Blue Crasher.
Hey, hurry. Do you think it's possible?
What is?
Do you think you can't get Siggy's sword here?
Could I get it here? Perhaps. Could Senatrey get it here? But let's snap off her fingers. The question is why?
I think it's so Tarnavak couldn't use it in the duel. But I mean, Tarnavak's already got that really cool, like, ass-kicking sword.
Tarnavak is the greatest swordsman I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I
he'll be
don't think he
fine.
needs the Holy Avenger, and even if he did, frankly, I think trying to bring that to a fight with a dragon might just upset him. And then he'll start swooping in circles and just breathing fire on you. Or ice, I suppose.
Tarnavak could just fly after him.
He flies faster.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah, but I know somebody who has a haste potion.
I wonder what the rules of
Otherwise-
this duel are going to be.
Do you think an ancient Laresian knight doesn't have his own potions? Come now.
I
Yes,
suspect
but he
their
does-
duel is going to be as fair as possible, and bringing the Holy Avenger would be poor sport.
Do you
A
think we-
righteous, a
this.
righteous dab, of course, but poor
Yes.
sport.
Do you think we'd be
Frankly,
allowed
Yeah,
to
in the
bless
absolute best
Tarnavak's sword?
circumstances, if you brought the Sword of Vengeance, all of the other dragons would think Tarn has small balls. Which would be bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
it
like
would
a
be bad for-
compensation thing. Okay,
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
The last thing you want is to show up to a dragon duel and every dragon to shout, "No balls!"
So what you're saying is Tarnavak should actually just have a totally normal, mundane sword.
If I were Tarnavak, I'd see if I could beat the man to death, but... Well, Tarn is very strong.
That would.
I hate you because that's the most BC
I've got
answer
the
you should
Star
have
Wars
given.
quarterstaff if you want to beat his ass with a stick.
I don't feel a need to add insult to injury.
Fair. Hands off my goddess. She is ace
Well-
and it's great. The only
Yeah,
thing she
there is-
needs is hugs and friendship. And
Well-
a bimbo to sleep on.
Mari, its current sword, it wouldn't matter if the other guy had magic stuff. These things remove magic, remember?
Yeah.
Yes,
I
and-
suspect that he
Okay,
has his own.
If we're going to dick measure potions, if he has a speed potion, Tarnavak has a speed potion, but the dragon moves faster than Tarnavak, then the dragon can just outrun Tarnavak with a speed potion and then not get dispelled.
Please. These two are honorable fighters. Neither of them are monks. They have
Why
no
would you
need to
hurt
run
Szooth like
around and
that?
stay out of range.
Look, I wouldn't need to do that if you didn't keep nerfing Stunning Fist. You cowards.
Mori just walks over and puts her hands over Szooth's little ear nubs. Don't be
I'm
like
sorry,
that.
I've seen the last time Szooth got in a duel.
Really, I remember
Yeah, and it
Szooth
sucked for me.
punching a man in the balls until he
That
started
was
to
not a
cry.
duel. That was a righteous assassination of a man's testicles.
Yeah, that one wasn't a duel. That was an
That was
assassination.
brutality.
I'm simply saying that the way a monk fights isn't cowardice. It is simply seizing initiative.
Yeah, he seized both left and right initiative quite hard.
Exactly. And it's a good thing Sirhan already had children.
All right.
But yes, let us retire to our rooms and prepare for what tomorrow brings. By which I mean let Merz go to bed.
Oh no, not bed. I need to cook.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
still.
I actually need to go buy me some drinks too because I've been drinking water, but my lip is split because I think I'm out of electrolytes.
Just pour some salt in your water. It'll be fine.
Right, you got
That.
got
Okay, let's
the
do XP real
blight?
quick so people can go eat.
Oh,
more.
I have my lip split because I'm dehydrated a little bit. I think I'm low on salts because I've just been drinking
Oh.
water for the past few days, but I haven't been eating a lot of
Well-
salty foods.
Hold,
Well-
please. Let's do that experience thing. You can explain all that in a bit.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Did you explore a new interesting location for the first time?
Fucking yeah, I think
Yes.
so.
Yeah, you went to several new and interesting locations.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't
Elona.
score both of those in.
Did you discover a new and interesting truth about the world?
Sinatrea has a partner, and let's see here, the Loresian Knight doesn't have an interest in revenge, but to have their honor restored.
Yes, perhaps the reason he was so zealous in his pursuit of Ceres was because he thought he could become king of dragons. Arr.
Fact.
Basically. Did you make a new ally or a lasting enemy?
Well, not lasting.
Sing.
Uh,
As weird as it is,
Well-
can we count Sinatrea an ally?
I'm almost certain you already have counted her at some point.
I don't think we have.
No, we have never been able to counter
We've
as an
never
ally.
been allowed to count any of the gods in.
Well, alas then.
Actually, wait, no, you've allowed me to call in Mori, obviously.
Yes.
Many a time ago.
I suppose Sinatrea is indeed your ally, though. If Tarn somehow gets his ass beat, that will be a very short-lived alliance.
That's
Oops.
fine, that just means I'll also step up.
All right, everyone
If
form a
both of
nice
us get
orderly
beat.
queue for Ceres'
Yeah,
maidenhead.
exactly. Hey, I am also a noble knight. I think I technically started the quest. I got this. Yeah, sorry. Good.
Advance or complete a quest? Yes.
Yeah.
Finally
Yep.
brought Ceres up to Dragonland. Did you discover a new page in a companion story?
Yeah, Saris is inheritor to all that can be seen before you and above you.
Yes, she is. Inheritor of the cosmos itself. At least according to Sinatrea. But who made her in charge? Alright, well that
You?
sounds like 5 XP. Good job, guys.
Well,
Alright. Scoop Merz, DCL.
Yep. See you later.
Gonna make dinner
Okay.
too. I hungry.
And if you're
Thank you
watching
very
on the
much for running.
stream
It was a
or
good time.
YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We hope you have a good time, and we'll see you next time. Adios.